Chapter 1447. A few hours later, Lu Chun suddenly jumped out of the water, followed by hundreds of chaos beasts. This scene stunned the little beast and the others. Hundreds of chaos beasts pounced, and Lu Chun shouted, "Divine travel!" In an instant, Lu Chun was already on the shore. He panted heavily and looked back. Those chaos beasts finally stopped chasing. Lu Chun exited his great virtual form. These guys are really hard to deal with. It seems like it will take some time to get out of here. Fortunately, Lu Chun's gains from this trial were still not bad. Not only did he get a large amount of food for the little beast and the fur ball, but his human Tao extremity and God's advent had also improved to varying degrees. Just as Lu Chun was resting, he suddenly felt a myriad world voice transmission talisman react. He found this voice transmission talisman. Solipsistic, this is Bone Demon. I have two pieces of news that I think you might be interested in. A few days ago, a few lower gods came to Netherworld to ask about your whereabouts. They don't seem to have good intentions. You have to be careful in the Splitting Sky Holy Land. Also, 6 months later, the divine realm of Zizhou will hold the Battle of the Gods that occurs once every 50 years. The prize seems to be related to the divine demon Fate, defying Set. If you're interested, you can come and find me. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He said to the voice transmission talisman, "The prize is related to the life-defying Set?" He didn't expect the voice transmission talisman to respond immediately. "Solipsistic, you're here. Yes, I know that you have collected 7 pieces of the life-defying Set. There is also a piece of the life-defying Set in the 8th heaven called the soul of the god and demon. However, there is little news about this soul of the god and demon. One of the prizes for the Battle of the Gods in Zizhou seems to be a clue." Lu Chun frowned. What a coincidence. He had just arrived in the 8th heaven, and the prize for the latest Battle of the Gods was news about the soul of the god and demon. Considering that someone seemed to be looking for him, it meant that someone in the 8th heaven was paying special attention to him. Could there be a connection between the two? However, even if this coincidence seemed more like a deliberate attempt to lure him in, Lu Chun had to go. The life reversal of God and demon was the core of Lu Chen's combat power. Other than the ethereal equipment, he had to find a way to obtain the soul of God and demon. Bone Demon, do you know who is looking for me? How's his strength? They are all from the heavenly shrine. I can't see through their strength. In order to enter the heavenly shrine, one has to be at least a 5-star lesser deity. When they mentioned you, their attitudes weren't friendly at all. Yu Ming was under pressure and couldn't deceive them. However, he only said that he had teamed up with you to hunt in the heaven-splitting Holy Land. He didn't say that you returned to the heaven-splitting Holy Land alone. I hope you don't blame him. However, I'm worried that if they continue to investigate, it shouldn't be difficult to find out that you didn't come out at all. Lu Chun frowned. The heavenly shrine? What was that place? Don't tell me there are also sects in the divine domain. It's not a sect. It's the pantheon system of the Heavenly Slaughter Organization, one of the 8 core deities. The pantheon system is beneficial to obtaining more power of faith. A large world often doesn't believe in a single deity, but in a pantheon system. The pantheon system allows the deities in the system to share the power of faith of multiple worlds. The benefits are greater than controlling a small world. Moreover, there are still battles in the divine domain. Where there is competition, there will definitely be forces. Even deities like us are the same. Solipsistic, I can't explain it clearly in the voice transmission talisman. You can come to my world of faith. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you. Little Beast looked at Lu Chun with an exaggerated expression that said, "Dad, here's your chance." Lu Chun was also speechless and rolled his eyes at Little Beast. He said to the voice transmission talisman, "I'm currently trapped somewhere in the Holy Land. I'll see if there's a chance to get out in the future." "Oh, okay. Then you have to be careful. Those people should have already reached the Holy Land." "Okay. Thank you, Bone Demon." After putting away the voice transmission talisman, Lu Chen's expression became serious. "As soon as I came to the 8th heaven, someone took out a clue about the God-fiend Fate reversing Set. Moreover, it was a battle between deities below 5-star. Little beast, it seems like there are people in the eighth heaven who especially want to see us. Lu Chun looked at Little Beast and the rest. Heavenly Shrine. Little Beast also frowned. Dad, are you going to the battle of the deities? Lu Chun thought for a while and said firmly, yes. Whether or not it's disadvantageous to me, I can't be sure now. Besides, no matter what they want to do, I must get the clue about the God Fiend's soul. Then, what about those people who are looking for you? Lu Chun looked at the boundless water and smiled. If they have the ability, they can come here to find me. In the following days, Lu Chun continued to cultivate every day. However, other than cultivating spiritual power, Lu Chun also deliberately entered the water to use the Chaos Beast to stimulate his potential and improve his comprehension of the human Tao extremity and God's arrival. At the same time, he also helped Little Beast and the others to increase their strength. Besides that, Lu Chun also began to study the Demon Abyss sword technique. The sword contains an ancient demon. When the sword is drawn, the demonic aura will appear. It is as if one is in the Demon Abyss. It will disturb one's mind and destroy one's consciousness. There is only one move in the Demon Abyss. Everyone cultivates and achieves different results. There are 3 levels of comprehension. The beginner-level Demon Abyss has average power and is slightly stronger than a top-notch immortal technique. Middle-level Demon Abyss has initial power and can fight against ordinary divine techniques. It's actually a sword technique that attacks one's consciousness. Lu Chun was rather surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a technique. Moreover, according to the description of the Demon Abyss, if one could comprehend the top-notch Demon Abyss, its power would be stronger than ordinary divine techniques. Even gods and Buddhas would not be able to resist it. There is only one move in the Demon Abyss. However, if it could really disturb the minds of gods and Buddhas, it could definitely be considered one of the trump cards. There were still 6 months before the Battle of the Gods in Zizhou's divine territory would begin. Lu Chun's elemental physical body was probably not weaker than that of a 5-star lesser deity. However, he had too few divine techniques. With the Demon Abyss, Lu Chun's chances of winning would be much higher. At this thought, Lu Chun shifted his focus of cultivation to God's arrival, human Tao extremity, and Demon Abyss. 5 months later, Lu Chun entered the water again to practice. This time, he practiced for 2 whole days. One by one, Lu Chun sent the underwater chaos beasts into the mouths of Little Furball, Little Beast, and Rhubarb. Now that the 2 beasts had an endless supply of food, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. 2 days later, Lu Chun's head emerged from the water. There are not many underwater chaos beasts left. Follow me and leave this sacred ground. We can leave now. Little Beast was so excited that it danced with joy. They were finally going to leave this godforsaken place. After returning to the land, Solipsistic realized that the chaos beasts that had been occupying the lake's entrance had already dispersed. Lu Chun instantly activated Celestial Demon Symbiosis. His spear was like a dragon as it quickly killed a few chaos beasts nearby. Let's go. As he spoke, Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. I want to see who is so interested in us. Lu Chun sent a voice transmission to Whitebone. Bone Demon, I'm coming to find you now. Bring me to the battle of the gods to broaden my horizons. Lu Chun's lips curled up slightly. Chapter 1448. Dad, do you think the white bone spirit is one of them? Little Beastie asked. Lu Chun said indifferently, it's very simple. I just told Bone Spirit to come out now. If she's really from the Temple of Heaven, we should be able to meet them as soon as we go out. Little Beastie frowned. It turned out that Dad hadn't been blinded by women. However, it seemed that with Dad's character, women couldn't deceive him. If she didn't ask for anything, she naturally couldn't deceive him. Just in case, Lu Chun called Little Beastie and the others back for the time being. Sure enough, Lu Chun didn't meet anyone from the Temple of Heaven even after he left the Holy Land. It had been 5 months since the people from the Temple of Heaven came to look for Lu Chun. They couldn't find the island in the lake, so they wouldn't stay here forever. Not long after, they saw Gumei walking toward them in a hurry. Solipsistic Come with me. When they reached a place with fewer people, Bone Spirit stopped and took out a transmission talisman. I don't know if the people from the Temple of Heaven have left. Let's leave this place first and go to the world of my faith. Lu Chen nodded and followed Bone's spirit through the transmission. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had already arrived in a strange world. There was a village in the distance with smoke rising in spirals, but a large area of land was still occupied by cemeteries. The range was far larger than those bustling houses. This is Bone's spirit smiled slightly. This is the world of the dead. This cemetery is the cradle of the dead. Look at those living people. Aren't they similar to you humans? Lu Chen nodded. Judging from the figures working in the fields, they were indeed very similar to humans. However, their lifespan is only 40 years. When they reach the prime of their life, most of them will, in your words, die. However, in the world of the dead, it is called new life. Lu Chen frowned. It seemed that these humans were indeed not of the same race as his own. 30% of our undead race came from such undead worlds. As for the other 70%, after the 10,000 races died, they were taken over by the souls of the undead races and became known as the undead race. They have the flesh and bones of 10,000 races, but they are still pure undead. Bone Demon's detailed introduction of the clansmen was an eye-opener for Lu Chen. Come, I'll take you to where I live here. Bone Phantom pulled Lu Chen's hand. With a thought, they arrived at the peak of a snowy mountain. Lu Chen froze for a moment. He thought the Bone Demon's residence was a tomb or something like that. He did not expect it to be a small wooden house on top of a snowy mountain. Are you coming in? Bone Demon smiled at Lu Chen, patiently waiting for Lu Chen's response. Lu Chen nodded and entered the cabin. There was a fireplace in the house with a burning flame, making the small room exceptionally warm. You live here? Bone Demon smiled. The undead race is rather special, because we don't need to cut off our ties with the mortal world. No matter how high our cultivation is, we want to experience the life of ordinary people. In comparison, before we were reborn, we were more like walking corpses. Sure enough, there were all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. Lu Chen had seen another interesting race. Solipsistic, are you going to participate in the battle of the gods? I'm worried that someone is plotting to lure you over. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, the god-demon fate reversal is very important to me. I have to go and take a look. But you're immortal after all. As the name suggests, the participants of the battle of the gods are all gods. In the past battles of the gods, no matter which divine territory it was in, it was always a 5-star lower god who won in the end. Bone Demon said, gods are not like immortal supremes. For mortals, each level of advancement is the result of hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation. Advancing by 1 star makes a huge difference in strength. You're immortal. When you're affected by the heavenly path divine power, it'll be difficult for you to fight against the gods. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Thank you for the reminder. However, although I'm immortal, I'm not afraid of the gods. A glimmer of light flashed in Bone Demon's eyes. Perhaps she had heard so many stories about Solipsistic, but it was precisely this point about Solipsistic that made her see him in a new light. Miss Bone Demon, the competition will start in a month. Can I participate? Lu Chen asked. Sure, as long as you're not a 5-star lower god. You can participate. Lu Chen asked again, if I win, will the prize be given to me? If you win, they'll have to give you a prize instead. The 8 divine territories are governed by the 8 supreme core gods. This competition is also organized by the god system of the 8 supreme core gods. The purpose is to attract more gods into their own god system. Once they break their promise, who would want to join a god system that doesn't keep its promises? By then, even the power of faith that should belong to them might be taken away. Lu Chen nodded and asked again, who are the 8 supreme core gods? It's inconvenient for me to mention their names, but you have to remember that the 8 supreme core gods are in charge of the god system. They are divided into the god system, demon system, Taoist system, Buddhist system, demon system, spirit system, life system, and death system. They also control 8 types of nature-defying powers. They control the three realms and coordinate thousands of races. Lu Chun could not help but ask, "Which system do you belong to?" "Me? I'm not qualified to join the god system yet." The minimum requirements for each god system are slightly different, but basically you have to be a 5-star lower god or above. Only such gods have their own belief worlds and are qualified to join the system and share the belief worlds with others. Moreover, I might not join the system. I have no intention of fighting for anything. It's not bad to be a carefree and happy god. Lu Chun was indeed a little confused about the world of gods. Bone Demon seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "By the way, solipsistic, during the Battle of the Gods, you must remember one thing." "What is it?" "Theoretically, the Battle of the Gods is a free-for-all. However, because the strongest 5-star lower gods are almost all members of the 8 great god system, the battle will often evolve into a contest between the 8 great god systems. When they eliminate the gods of the other systems, there will be internal competition in the end. As for you, it seems that you won't be recognized by any of the systems. It's very likely that you'll fight to the end alone." Lu Chun silently remembered Bone Demon's advice. "I'll let you stay here for now. If you need anything, you can call me using the voice transmission talisman at any time." Bone Demon stole a glance at Lu Chun's reaction. Seeing that Lu Chun did not object, Bone Demon was a little disappointed. There was still more than half a month before the Battle of the Gods in Zizhou's god territory. Lu Chun still had some time to cultivate. He no longer needed to practice actual combat. He could only absorb the life and death spirit chi in this world where life and death were reversed. 20 days later, on this day, Bone Demon arrived in this world. In the snow, the white-haired man opened his eyes slightly. He saw that other than Bone Demon, 2 other people had come together. Solipsistic, Netherworld arrived in front of Lu Chun without touching the ground. You really want to participate in the Battle of the Gods as a mortal?" Withered Claw also arrived in front of Lu Chun. "Brother Du Quang, in the Battle of the Gods, I'm afraid that you'll become the target of everyone. You have to think twice. Why don't you hunt with us in the Holy Land and slowly raise your cultivation?" Lu Chun took a deep breath. He knew that today was the day of the Battle of the Gods. He slowly stood up, his white hair dancing in the wind and snow. He looked at his palms. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm the human emperor of the gods and demons. Why would I be afraid of being targeted? Even if it's a battle of the gods, even if it's a trap set by someone, I still want to participate." Chapter 1449. Today was the day of the Battle of the Gods. Gu Mei and the others accompanied Lu Chun to an unknown planet. The fact that Gu Mei and the others were willing to accompany Lu Chun made Lu Chun look at them in a new light. After all, Lu Chun was not a popular person in the Divine Realm. "Yu Ming, Withered Claw, White Bones, you should go back. I'm afraid that someone deliberately lured me here for this Battle of the Gods. I don't know if the other party is a friend or foe. If you get too close to me, I'm afraid that you'll be implicated in the future," Yu Ming said. Yu Ming said, "Brother Du Quang, you also said that we don't even know whether the other party is a friend or a foe. If we don't even dare to send you off, wouldn't others laugh at us for being cowards? Although we're not strong, how can we be so cowardly as people who pursue martial arts? Besides, White Bones and you, Yu Ming," Gume said anxiously, interrupting Yu Ming. She then said to Lu Chun, "Brother Quang, we've been in the Divine Realm for some time. Even if someone wants to harm you, they won't implicate us. You can rest assured." Lu Chun looked at these 3 undead clan members in a new light. However, Gume calling him Brother Quang made him feel a little awkward. Since they were unwilling to leave, Lu Chun did not force them. Walking on the road, Lu Chun found that this world was suitable for living. However, he did not see any residents here. "Where are the original residents?" Lu Chun asked curiously. "They've been exterminated," Yu Ming said. "Some worlds refuse to believe in their gods for some reason. The gods in charge of their worlds will exterminate the local creatures and migrate new residents here to reproduce. It's also possible that it's like this place, becoming a battle of the gods in exchange for a new world." Lu Chun frowned. Because they did not believe in gods, they were exterminated directly. Speaking of which, were these the so-called gods? In the eyes of gods, mortals were just like ants. Not long after, they arrived at a huge plain that was surrounded by mountains that stretched for thousands of miles, forming a naturally huge arena. The entire plain was covered by a transparent light shield. This light shield was not the circular one that Lu Chun had seen before. Instead, it was a cylindrical light shield with no seal. It surrounded the plain on all sides, but there was no peak. This should be some kind of defensive array. Thousands of contestants had already gathered outside the defensive array. Brother Du Quang, you will need to go and have your godhead tested first. Once you meet the requirements, you will be able to obtain the token. With the token, you will be able to enter the battlefield of the gods, Yu Ming said. You saw the 9 stars heavenly array, right? That array is very powerful. You must be careful. Lu Chun frowned. What's so special about the heaven-reaching array? Yu Ming explained. First of all, once the battle of the gods begins, once you leave the array, you'll be considered to have lost the battle. Also, this is the most important point. There are many experts in the battle of the gods, and the 5-star lower gods have similar strength. If no one is willing to make the first move, it will cause the battle of the gods to drag on for a long time. In order to shorten the duration of the battle of the gods, this 9 stars heavenly array was created. You see, the 9 stars heavenly array does not have a peak. Above it corresponds to the 9-star clusters of heaven and earth. Among these 9-star clusters, there are 8-star clusters that correspond to the 8 god systems. After the battle of the gods begins, the stars will move, and the 8-star clusters will illuminate the heavenly array. When the star clusters illuminate, the corresponding god system's strength can borrow the power of the star clusters to increase their battle power by 20% to 30%. When the time comes, you must be careful to avoid the attack. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Out of the 9-star clusters, only 8-star clusters are effective. What about the last one? There's still one that is useless. Withered Claw said, the 9th-star cluster is called Polar Star. That star cluster does not increase the strength of the 8 god systems. In the past, when this star cluster passes through the 9 stars heavenly array, it is usually the time for the 8 god systems to recover. Big Brother Quang, this is a star map. Take a look, and you will remember which star cluster passes through the heavenly array. Bone Enchantress took out a map and handed it to Lu Chun. Lu Chun carefully looked at it. Each star array had its own characteristics and was not difficult to identify. All right, let's go and test the godhead first. Lu Chun asked, won't you know after taking a look at the badge? A high star god can also sense the godhead of a low star god. What's the point of testing? Withered Claw smiled. Brother Du Quang might not know this, but a title is determined by a person's characteristics. Because of this, a title will often reveal a person's characteristics. Moreover, it is inevitable that there will be casualties in the battle of the gods. Some people do not want others to know their title, so they will only test their godhead and not reveal their title. The test is more accurate. We can rule out people who use special methods to hide their strength and sneak into the battle of the gods. In any case, the test will be quick. We will take you there. The 4 of them arrived at the testing site. In front of a strangely shaped rock, 2 dignified gods stood on the left and right. They glanced at Lu Chun and frowned slightly. You don't have a godhead? Lu Chun calmly looked at the gods in front of him. That's right. Can you give me the badge now? It will save me the trouble of testing it. The 2 exchanged glances and said, we don't have the final say. You can test it. Lu Chun frowned slightly. This testing stone, what is the principle behind it? How does it test the godhead? One of the guards indifferently said, this is a god's might stone. It is formed by absorbing primal chaos, spiritual chi from the inner region of the heavenly creation Holy Land. It is the spirit of the heavenly creation Holy Land and can sense the god's might. It can easily identify the grade of our godhead. This thing actually came from the heavenly creation Holy Land. However, since it was a test for the godhead, and Lu Chun did not have a godhead, the guard could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After destroying so many testing stones, he could finally test it normally. Lu Chun followed the instructions and stood half a foot in front of the strange stone. The God's Might stone immediately reacted. Black fog emitted from the God's Might stone and surrounded Lu Chun. Logically speaking, the God's Might stone should be able to determine Lu Chun's godhead with a little observation. However, the primal chaos spiritual chi lingered around Lu Chun, and after a short moment, it actually drilled into Lu Chun's body. When the surrounding gods saw this, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the primal chaos spiritual chi enter that person's body? Could it be that he absorbed it? That's impossible. How can someone directly absorb primal chaos spiritual chi? No, this is a God's Might stone. It is used to test the godhead. If he really absorbed it, wouldn't it become a cultivation treasure? Lu Chun could clearly feel that the God's Might stone was still continuously transferring spiritual chi into his spirit core. What's the meaning of this? Lu Chun was also baffled. What happened to the agreed test? How did it become absorbing spiritual chi? The spiritual chi seemed to have found its way home and rushed into Lu Chun's spirit core, turning into spiritual liquid. Since the spiritual chi was here, Lu Chun naturally would not reject it and accept it at all. Speaking of which, the primal chaos spiritual chi in the God's Might stone was quite dense. This piece of God's Might stone was actually equivalent to cultivating in the heavenly creation Holy Land for a month. Not long after, the surface of the God's Might stone cracked, causing Lu Chun's eyes to bulge and his heart to jump. Sure enough, he was a natural counter to any kind of testing stone. Chapter 1450. The Divine Might stone had already turned into dark, dry soil, and with a crack in the middle, it shattered into pieces. However, the Divine Might stone contained chaos spiritual energy. If he had the chance to go to the splitting heavens Holy Land, he would definitely look for it. Lu Chun had already foreseen this outcome. Now, he could only smile awkwardly at the two door gods. Cough, cough, this Divine Might stone might be a little old. The two gods frowned. You absorb the chaos spiritual energy of the Divine Might stone. You have a chaos spiritual core. Lu Chun said indifferently, "You're in charge of testing my godhead. Why do you care what kind of spiritual core I have?" Although Lu Chun did not answer directly, he knew in his heart that his chaos spiritual core had already been exposed. Now that his spiritual core was exposed, his identity was about to be revealed. Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you change to another Divine Might stone?" Easy for you to say. This Divine Might stone is extremely rare. Are you really going to treat us as a granary? You can't take the test and can't get a token. Lu Chun frowned. If he couldn't take part in the battle of the gods, then there would be no news about the divine demon's soul. Suddenly, Lu Chun sneered. "If I can prove that my godhead is not at the level of a 5-star lower god, will you let me take part in the competition? As long as you meet the conditions, we will naturally let you enter." Hearing that, Lu Chun raised his hand. Yu Ming hurriedly grabbed Lu Chun's hand and said in a low voice, "Brother, you can't be thinking many people have never seen you before. If you reveal your identity now, I'm afraid that in the battle of the gods, you will become their first opponent to be eliminated." Lu Chun shook his head and said, "Brother Yu Ming, the attribute of my spiritual core has already been exposed. My identity is also on the verge of being exposed. There is no better way now. The divine demon's soul is too important to me. I can't care about so many things." After saying that, Lu Chun dispersed the spiritual energy fog in front of his badge. The two guards and the surrounding crowd's gazes all fell on Lu Chun's chest. There was a line of words written on his badge. 3-star Wild Divine Demon Human Emperor Variant. Whoosh. The surrounding gods instantly burst into an uproar. Human Sovereign. Why are there mortals in the realm of the gods? Wait, could he be the 9 realms path to heaven? The heaven-defying beyond immortals? The fiend god Human Sovereign, lone tyrant. He's the solipsistic cultivator, the one who turned the lower realm upside down and collapsed the order of the human race. He actually really came to the divine realm. At first, when there were rumors, I didn't believe them. I didn't expect them to be true. I've never seen anyone in the human sovereign realm. These deities were all experienced and knowledgeable. They controlled a part of the world, but when they saw Lu Chun, they were still shocked. In the face of everyone's shock, Lu Chun calmly looked at the two guarding gods. "Excuse me, can I enter the battlefield of the gods now?" The two of them looked at each other again, and one of them smiled. "So you're the rumored person who defies the heavens. Aren't you going against us? Mortals are participating in the battle of the gods. This is the first time in millions of years." Interesting. After that person finished speaking, he directly threw a badge to Lu Chun. "Lad, there are many people who want your life. I just hope that you won't be too far off from the rumors. You won't be able to last half an hour before being crushed to death by the gods." Lu Chun caught the badge and sneered. "You don't have to worry about this." He finally got the participation badge, but Lu Chun had also paid a high price. Now that his identity had been made public in advance, Lu Chun had put himself in the light for this badge, and his enemies were all in the dark. "Brother Du Quang, I think you should give up on this opportunity." Netherworld pondered over it repeatedly and shook his head. "Your current situation is too dangerous. Not to mention the power behind the scenes that led you here, the heavenly shrine, and many ordinary gods. In their hearts, mortals are not qualified to compete with them." Lu Chun smiled and said, "Since I'm here, I might as well take things as they come. Brother Netherworld, although I'm in the light, there are ways to play in the light. I might not necessarily lose." "Sigh, Brother Du Quang, senior immortals are the lowest existences in the divine territory, let alone a mortal like you. I don't know what to say." Lu Chun patted Netherworld's shoulder. "Brother Netherworld, thank you for your concern. I will be more careful." Bone Demon had been by Lu Chun's side. Several times, she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing that Lu Chun was about to enter the battlefield, she finally could not help but call out to Lu Chun. "Brother Du Quang, you have to be more careful." Lu Chun smiled at her. If Bone Demon was not from the undead race, she would really be a good girl. "All right, the battle of the gods is about to begin. I'll go in first." After saying that, Lu Chun turned and walked toward the 9 stars heaven array. More and more gods entered the battlefield. Even though the battlefield was huge, the gods were still far away from the others. However, from the approximate positions of the participants, one could still vaguely see the distribution of the 8 major systems. Gods of the same system were separated by 200 to 300 meters, but the distance between the 8 major systems was a full 1,000 meters. This time, there were about 3,000 people participating in the battle of the gods. 3,000 gods. I never thought that I, Lu Chun, would one day fight against 3,000 gods. Lu Chun shook his head. Thinking back to when he had just entered the Jiuqian, he probably would not have dreamed that such a day would come. Lu Chun noticed that many people were sizing him up. They probably had some thoughts about him. However, Lu Chun did not mind. From the moment he showed his badge, he knew that this would be the result. Taking advantage of the fact that the battle had not yet begun, Lu Chun raised his head and looked at the sky above. Above the heaven array was a sea of stars. At this time, there were a few scattered stars in the sea of stars. It seems that the star clusters will only appear after the battle of the gods starts and the array is officially activated. Matching the star clusters was the key to victory. Although there was no star cluster corresponding to himself, Lu Chun still had to pay attention to the changes in the star clusters at all times to determine the movements of the gods of the various systems. Netherworld and the other 2 were floating in the air outside the array. In fact, there were many gods watching the battle in the air. Such a competition would naturally attract a large number of gods. "White Bones," Netherworld suddenly said. "Did you give that thing to Brother Du Quang to drink?" Bone Demon nodded, but she seemed a little ashamed. "I always felt that we were cheating him by secretly giving him that medicine. If he becomes like that in the future, will he hate me?" "Hate? He should thank you. Besides, I already said that he won't like your current appearance." No, not your current appearance, but your original appearance. Can't you see this point?" Withered Claw said. The person involved is confused, but the onlooker sees everything clearly. Netherworld, don't talk about white bones. However, even if we give him that medicine, I'm afraid that when the battle of the gods starts, a mortal like him won't even leave behind a skeleton. At this moment, the 9 stars heaven array suddenly emitted a silver light that exploded between the heavens and the earth. Everyone, regardless of whether they were spectators or participants, was on full alert. The battle of the gods had begun. Chapter 1451. The moment the battle of the gods began, Lucian noticed that the stars in the sky had already shifted, and the star palaces had shifted positions. That's fast. Looks like the Jiuqian skyward formation has caused the stars to shift. At this point in time, none of the stars had entered the skyward formation's range, but the various gods had already begun to move. The star palaces have yet to return to their positions, so it's fair for everyone. Let's get rid of a few first. Divine Qilin armor, white sky god of war possession, psychic beasts. In an instant, all the gods began to use their skills, and the battlefield of the gods became turbulent. Lucian also activated celestial demon symbiosis. In his opinion, it was best not to make a move in such a chaotic battle. He was not in a hurry to fight, so he had to defend himself first. While Lucian was observing the battlefield, a few figures suddenly appeared beside him at the same time. These people were clearly from different factions, but they all chose to cause trouble for Lucian at the same time. Celestial Demon Human Emperor, I've long heard that you've defied the heavens, but today you've come to an end. How can there be a place for mortals in the divine territory? Your appearance is an insult to us. How dare a mortal like you interfere in the battle of the gods? If you're a mortal, you should stay where you belong. There were a total of 17 gods around him, and they were all eyeing Lucian covetously. In the past, they might have started fighting among themselves, but at this moment, they surrounded Lucian, obviously intending to kill Lucian first. Seeing this, Bone Demon immediately became nervous. As the Netherworld Withered Claw had expected, from the moment the battle of the gods began, the solipsistic was bound to become the target of public criticism. Brother Kwang, surrounded by the gods, Lucian narrowed his eyes slightly as his mind raced. The most important thing he needed to pay attention to was the 5-star lesser gods, but the stars were unclear, so they should not be moving at this time. If that was the case, looks like you're looking down on the human emperor? All right, I'll give you a chance. The infinite fiend god sword and the void god-slaying spear appeared beside Lucian at the same time. Behind him, Little Beast, Little Furball, Little Originator, and Rhubarb also appeared. The little beast rubbed its palms together, and a mischievous smile spread across its face. God, the spirit core of a deity, they call it a deity core. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that it's different. Squeak, 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 squeak. The furball said that it missed the taste of the arm of the god of the hunt. Xiao Yuan growled, his fighting spirit soaring. When the gods saw the 3 divine beasts, they couldn't help but frown. It said that the 3 divine beasts of the solipsistic kingdom are extraordinary. They're the essence of heaven and earth, the sky-devouring, god-devouring rat, and the beast god. Could that white mouse be the sky-devouring, god-devouring rat? Don't get targeted by that white rat. That fellow only eats deities and is very difficult to deal with. To the gods, the thing they feared the most was the furball, so they paid extra attention to the furball's movements. That half-dragon, half-dog creature looks a bit like Tengu, but it's a little different from Day Tengu. What kind of divine beast is it? I've never heard of a 4th divine beast in the solipsistic kingdom that can fight. Rhubarb glanced at the group of lower gods and said anxiously, This, boss, why did you call me out on such an occasion? Lucian frowned slightly and asked curiously, Rhubarb, aren't you the demon lord? You shouldn't care about these demigods at all. I don't take them seriously, but it doesn't mean that I can beat them. The matter of the Supreme was a long time ago, and I can't cultivate in the splitting sky holy land. Forget it. I'll support you in spirit. Rhubarb's appearance was indeed somewhat frightening. Standing in front of Lu Chun, it gathered its energy in its dantian and roared furiously. "You bunch of trash! With the fiend god and human emperor here, we'll kill all gods and Buddhas in our way. My boss said that all of you should come at me together." After provoking the gods, Rhubarb quickly hid behind Junior Originator. Junior Originator's defense was the most terrifying, so it was better to follow Junior Originator. Lu Chun was also speechless. Although Rhubarb was the Dark Demon Sovereign, it seemed that it was only a little bigger than before. However, Rhubarb's roars really had the effect of raising the morale of the gods. "Haha, I feel it. Dad, I'll leave the powerful ones to you. Furball, Junior Originator, will pick the soft persimmons." Lu Chun smiled faintly. As expected of the little critter, it could always keep a clear head and make the most correct judgment. "Arrogant," a god roared furiously, and his voice shook the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a burst of terrifying spiritual energy erupted from his body. "You fiend god and human emperor, I'll personally twist your head off. Divine skill, heavenly divine arm, star-shattering fist." The surrounding gods were not to be outdone. Together? How arrogant! "I'll show you the gap between a mortal and a god. Divine skill, morning sword shadow, sky covering." In the distance, Netherworld and the others did not even dare to watch the next scene. In a corner, the god of hunting was also nervously watching the battle on Lu Chen's side. Once Lu Chen died in the battle, he could take back his divine core miniature and regain his freedom. "Solipsistic, your strength was only slightly better than mine. I know that there are 3 3-star lower deities here. I can't imagine how you can survive in such a situation." 100 miles away, a shadow stone was suspended in front of 3 white-haired old men. It was showing the situation of the battle between the gods. At this moment, the shadow stone was only focused on the battle on Lu Chen's side. 3-star human emperor. "Hey, Tai Xing, without considering the divine power of the heavenly path, what level of lower deity do you think a 3-star human emperor's strength is equivalent to?" A white-bearded old man next to him smiled. Lu Chun defeated a 2-star lower deity, the god of hunting, when he was a 2-star human emperor. That means a 3-star human emperor should be equivalent to a 3-star lower deity. "What do you think, worldly Taoist?" The third old man swung the horsetail whisk in his hand over his shoulder and said calmly, "It shouldn't be compared like that. Xuanjin, Tai Xing, don't forget that Lu Chen's human emperor realm is mutated. Back then, he broke through the limit of a 9-star human king and cultivated to the level of an 18-star human emperor. After breaking through to the human emperor realm, I think that his strength should be several times stronger than a normal human emperor. Therefore, a 3-star human emperor might be able to fight a 4-star or even a 5-star lower deity." Tai Xing kept a faint smile on his face. "I forgot that this kid is a mutated human emperor. If worldly Taoist prediction is correct, then he does have the strength to fight for the soul of the god fiend." Xuanjin frowned slightly. "That's only if he's qualified to fight for it. However, judging from his current situation, I think his chances are slim. Not only has his identity been exposed, but there are also teams of 5-star lower deities in the 8 major systems. Even if he fights alone, I'm afraid he won't be able to win against the 8 gods," Worldly Taoist said calmly. "Whether he's that person or not, we don't need to speculate. Let's see how he performs in this battle and whether he can survive." At this moment, a terrifying flame burst out from the battlefield and shot up into the sky. A white-haired man stood in the air. His demonized left arm looked like the body of a demon god. The ultimate sword in his right hand was intertwined with black and white colors. "God, right? Remember, before the human emperor, I'm the king, and you're the subject." Virtual form. Lu Chun actually directly skipped the heart demon state and activated the Great Void form. Chapter 1452. The inner demon needed 5 minutes to enter the higher virtual form. However, in a high-intensity battle, how many times did the enemy give Lu Chun 5 minutes to prepare? The higher virtual form was attached to the inner demon's lotus, But the most fundamental thing was Lu Chen's demonic state. If he could raise this state to a sufficient level in an instant, he might be able to break through the limits of the higher virtual form. The pinnacle of humanity, breaking through the limits. During each cultivation, Lu Chen also tried to break through the limits of the higher virtual form time and time again. In an instant, Lu Chen's normal right arm turned into the emptiness of God's and demon's arm. At this time, Lu Chen was covered in dragon-scale golden armor. His white hair danced in the wind. In each of his two giant arms, he held the infinite sword of gods and demons and the god-destroying void spear. Higher virtual form, polar ice flame explosion sword. Higher virtual form, earth fiend dark spear, dark sky earth fiend. The wind howled, and heaven and earth shook. In an instant, the battle here had become the place with the greatest commotion. The vibrations of spiritual energy in the surroundings were completely incomparable to Lu Chen's two powerful moves. With a boom, the ground cracked, and the earth fiend aura soared into the sky. At the same time, the temperature within 1,000 meters plummeted. Frost danced in the air, and a scorching flame pierced through the world of ice and shot toward the gods. At this time, Lu Chen's level was not that of a 3-star human emperor. He had reached that level half a year ago, but he hadn't upgraded to a 4-star yet. With his characteristics as a mutated human emperor, his strength was far beyond everyone's expectations. A spear and a sword shook heaven and earth. All the gods could do was defend with all their might. Outside the battlefield, the god of hunting was petrified. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was hard to imagine that a 2-star lower deity could lose his composure like this. If you remember correctly, his battle with Solipsistic was less than 3 years ago. At that time, the gap between them wasn't that big. However, 3 years was just a blink of an eye for a god. In the blink of an eye, Solipsistic's combat power had reached such a terrifying level. This guy? No, it's impossible. How could he become so strong in such a short time? Is he still human? How could he do something that not even the gods could do? Guomei and the other two felt like they were in a dream. Wait, isn't Brother Du Quang's specialty divine archery? This pistol, this sword, what's going on? He's not the best at shooting. Bone Demon said faintly. His weapons are the divine demon limitless sword and the void god-slaying spear. He's best at close combat. Of course, he's also capable of long-range attacks. He's proficient in archery, spells, puppets, and beast taming. He's proficient in all 9 professions. Bone Demon was indeed the one who knew Lu Chen the best among the 3 of them. It seemed like he had collected a lot of information about him in the past. Netherworld shook his head and sighed. It's said that a solipsistic battle is the most unpredictable. Sure enough, this guy was hiding his strength when he hunted with us. 100 miles away, the worldly Taoist horsetail whisk fell from his shoulder, but he didn't notice it at all. This fellow, our previous calculations were all wrong. His strength is definitely not inferior to any 5-star lesser deities. Lu Chen attacked with 2 powerful moves, a group attack to control the field and a single target sword technique to attack Iron Arm. As a 3-star deity, Iron Arm's strength was not to be underestimated. At this moment, the runes on his arms flickered, and a golden spiritual shield quickly formed in front of him, blocking Lu Chen's polar ice flame explosion sword and mysterious heaven-earth terminus spear. Damn it, this guy's attacks are actually so fierce. Solipsistic, don't be arrogant. I'll marry your dog head later. At this moment, a small white figure scurried over from the side. Seeing this white figure, Iron Arm suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Immediately after, a little white mouse stood on his thick and strong arms. Without saying anything, the little fur ball bit toward Iron Arm's most prided golden-striped arms. Little beast couldn't help but sigh. Little furball, I told you that we're all soft persimmons. You just had to pick the strongest one and even bite his arms. After thinking for a while, Little Beast finally figured it out. In Little Furball's world, there was only delicious and not delicious. There was no strong or weak. Iron Arm's golden-striped arms must taste different. Little Beast shook its head and decided to get down to business. Dad had temporarily restricted the deity's movements, so this was the best time for them to strike. Divine Beast Psychic, Beast God, Heaven equaling Holy Flame. Little Beast, you still want to launch a sneak attack. One of the deities caught the other's attack and turned around to cast a spell. Your spell is too slow. Go to hell. Divine Art, 12 Heavenly Dipper Spells. Heavenly Ice Spirit Sword. A huge shadow of a broken sword condensed countless icicles and blasted toward Little Beast. Suddenly, a white tiger roared angrily and blocked in front of the Little Beast in an instant. With a loud bang, the broken sword hit Little Originator and pushed it back dozens of meters. Little Originator. Little Beast hurriedly looked at Little Originator and saw that it had jumped up from the ground, seemingly uninjured. Little Beast smiled. Old man, Little Originator is not the same as before. Your ice element can no longer hurt it. You made the first move, but unfortunately, you didn't manage to touch me. Now it's my turn. Little Beast had finished casting the spell. In the sky, a few rays of starlight shot toward the ground and merged with Little Beast's heaven equaling Holy Flame. A huge flame dragon roared and pounced on the deity. The surrounding air was ignited by the high temperature and became blurry. Wherever the flame dragon passed, the soil on the ground was directly decomposed, leaving a huge gully. With a bang, the flame dragon crashed into the deity. Lord Fashion's eyes widened. The beast god's flame was so terrifying that it could burn everything. Lord Fazhan roared as he saw the flame dragon approaching. His spiritual energy surged and propped up his battle robe. Dark Ice Frost Shield, Heavenly Water Spirit Shield Talisman, Body of Extreme Cold. The Dark Ice Frost Shield resisted the flame dragon, but the ice on the ice shield was slowly melting. Obviously, it was not as good as Little Beast's fire element. Little Beast sneered. So you're good with ice. Unfortunately, if we only compete with elements, you won't be able to withstand my heaven equaling holy flame. The two sides were in a stalemate for a moment. The flame dragon directly swallowed the ice shield and crazily crashed into Ice Lord Fazhan. In an instant, Lord Fashion's clothes were directly burned and his body was set on fire. Ice Lord Fazhan wailed. His body was badly burned and his flesh was badly mutilated. If it was a one-on-one fight, Little Beast might not be a match for him. However, he was restrained by Lu Chun, and his attack was blocked by Little Originator. This made him furious. Despicable man, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Little Beast snorted. Old man, is there something wrong with your brain? Why don't you fight my dad one-on-one? Moreover, me, Little Originator, Little Fur Ball, forget it. Let's add rhubarb. We are one. Little Fur Ball, it's time to eat. Quick! Little Fur Ball gnawed on Iron Arm's arm, causing him great pain. When it suddenly heard the word time to eat, it instantly threw Iron Arm away and pounced on Lord Fazhan. God-devouring rat. When Lord Fazhan saw Little Fur Ball, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly cast out a shield and several divine talismans. Little Fur Ball moved as fast as lightning. Under the cover of Little Originator, it directly ignored Lord Fashion's ice shield and bit off his finger. Freezing sword talisman. However, when he raised his head, he found that Little Fur Ball was no longer within his attack range. However, what made his hair stand on end was that a few squeaking noises came from behind him. Once targeted by the god-devouring rat, even gods would not be able to escape. Chapter 1453. Great Void Form. Void God-destroying Spear. Endless Dawn. Lu Chen bellowed and unleashed another powerful move. White light flashed. The gods did not expect that their heavenly Tao divine power would not be able to suppress Lu Chun. At this moment, they were stuck in an awkward stalemate with Lu Chun, unable to escape. When a second wave of attacks came, the gods could no longer withstand it. Their spiritual shield shattered, and more than 10 gods spat out blood as they were sent flying. Tai Bai's arms were badly mangled, and he was sent flying out of the sky connecting formation. He crawled up and looked at Lu Chun in horror. A 3-star human emperor comparable to a 5-star lower deity? Why can't the heavenly Tao divine power suppress him? Lu Chun was not obliged to explain so much to him. He and his battle pets quickly cleaned up the enemies who were lucky enough not to be sent flying out of the formation. The spiritual energy in their bodies was chaotic, and they had different degrees of injuries. They were no longer able to fight back against Lu Chun. Most of them looked at the greedy eyes of the furball and did not wait for Lu Chun to attack. A moment later, all 17 gods had been defeated. Why did the heavenly Tao divine power lose its effect? One of the gods still could not understand. Could it be that this is the god-fiend human emperor? Lu Chun snorted coldly at the gods who were sent flying through the defensive shield. He did not say anything and turned back to observe the situation of the gods' battlefield. Obviously, the solipsistic divine power had not exerted his full strength. At the same time, the constellations above the sky connecting formation changed. Many people in a battlefield also noticed the constellations above their heads. It's the psychic constellation. Come back and defend. Damn it. The first to appear is the psychic constellation. Don't fight them head-on. Defend as an attack. Even among those who were fighting, most of them chose to stop and quickly return to their defensive range. However, some people did not intend to let them return. Ha! It's our psychic constellation. We have the upper hand now. Weaken the strength of the other forces first. Don't let them form a defensive line. The spiritual system's gathering place was rather far from Lu Chun, and Lu Chun had thought that he wouldn't be in any danger. But right at this moment, an incomparably sharp spiritual energy shot over from afar, heading straight for the little beast that was 100 meters away. Heavenly might attack. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Guardian of the Earth. Little beast, be careful. Led by Qianji, the 4 guardians of the Earth quickly activated their earth and rock shield. Qianji opened his eyes wide. He didn't need to control his body. Of course, he couldn't control it even if he wanted to. Therefore, he had the time to observe the battle. On the battlefield, the heavens shook and the earth shook. All kinds of terrifying skills collided with each other, and the world turned dark. This is the battle of the gods. I actually came to the battle of the gods. Even if Qianji succeeded in his tribulation and became an immortal venerable in the future, he wasn't confident that he could enter the 8th heavenly layer. Who would have thought that he would become a puppet and enter the deity domain so inexplicably? Right at this moment, with a loud boom, a powerful force crashed onto the combined earth and rock shield. The earth puppet quickly moved the other party to the ground. In an instant, the ground within 1,000 meters cracked and collapsed. So powerful. I can't block it. Qianji shouted. Damn Lu Chun, come and help us. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chun's heaven-splitting sword had already arrived. However, Lu Chun's sword was blocked. Divine technique, gates of hell. With a loud bang, a burst of violent spiritual energy surged outwards, causing a sandstorm to erupt. In the middle of the field, the swords of the 2 men were clashing together. Lu Chun looked coldly at the person in front of him. This person was from the evil spirit race. Lightning danced on the azure sword in his hand as he blocked the infinite celestial demon's sword. That person also stared at Lu Chun and smiled. Solipsistic, do you think I will let you reap the benefits here? Anyway, it's still too early to kill the other 5-star deities. Why don't I take care of you first? From the other party's strength and words, Lu Chun had already guessed that he was the strongest 5-star deity in the spirit system. Although the stars were in their favor now, there were many people in the 8 major systems. It was still unrealistic to directly kill the strongest 5-star lower deity. Why not take this opportunity to kill Lu Chun first? I heard that you are very powerful. Lingbo, want to see if a mere human emperor like you can block my sword under the protection of the stars. Lingbo's arms suddenly exploded with spiritual energy as he pushed Lu Chun away and pulled away. Divine technique. White sky Luo, divine sword. Water body lightning bone. The water vapor in the surroundings instantly thickened. A few seconds later, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. However, that bolt of lightning didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it kept flashing in front of Ling Bo. The surrounding water vapor quickly gathered and formed a huge dragon with lightning as its bones and water as its lightning. The huge dragon let out a dragon roar, and a huge net of lightning intertwined with each other instantly formed around it, trapping Lu Chun within it. Then it pounced on Lu Chun. Lightning intertwined within the dragon's body, attracting lightning to its body upon contact. Moreover, its huge body didn't affect its super fast speed. In the blink of an eye, that huge dragon was already in front of Lu Chun. Lu Chun widened his eyes and hurriedly moved. God's descent. However, this time, Lu Chun only moved about 100 meters. He didn't escape the lightning net at all. Ha ha! Solipsistic, everything has spirit chi. All cultivation techniques are also based on spirit chi. Your God's descent won't be able to break through this limit. The lightning net's spirit chi is strong and blocks the flow of spirit chi from the outside. You won't be able to use this to escape. This lightning net and the lightning dragon are connected by electric charges. The power of heavenly lightning will kill anyone who touches it. When a lightning net retracts, it will be the time of your death. Although Lu Chun didn't escape the lightning net just now, he avoided the lightning dragon's attack. At this moment, the lightning dragon pounced on him again. The lightning net around him shrank rapidly, and Lu Chun's space to move was getting smaller and smaller. Lu Chun didn't dare to take the lightning dragon head-on. He dodged again and bought some time for the time being. Solipsistic, your strength is only around that of a 5-star lower deity. Meanwhile, I rarely meet a match among lower deities. Today, with the help of heavenly phenomenon, do you think you still have a chance? Under the lightning net, I won't even let you escape from the Skirich formation. Just accept your death obediently. After saying that, Ling Bo formed a seal with his sword fingers, and the lightning net shrank at twice the speed. Not good. Dad is in danger. Little Beast's eyes widened. That guy is borrowing the power of heavenly lightning from the stars. Its power is extremely terrifying. Even Dad's body can't block it. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. First, he used the sacred lotus sword heart to slightly block the lightning dragon. Then he circulated his spirit chi and opened his palms slightly in front of him. Lightning net? Let's see if your lightning net can trap this. Creation space. A huge space suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chun. It was almost half the size of the lightning net. The lightning dragon was only formed by sword intent and had no consciousness. It plunged into the creation space. Chapter 1454. The Thunder Dragon plunged into the creation space. As the Thunder Dragon was formed by spiritual energy, it instantly stirred up the spiritual energy in the creation space. The number of sword shadows in the space increased rapidly, forming a sword dragon in the blink of an eye and fighting with the Thunder Dragon. At the same time, after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, the space expanded rapidly and supported the Thunder Net. At this moment, Lu Chun called back Little Beast and the others and hid in the space. With the characteristics of the creation space, the Thunder Dragon was not a threat. The more it attacked, the more sword shadows it produced. The key was the battle between the creation space and the Thunder Net. Could the creation space support the Thunder Net? The worldly Taoist squinted his eyes slightly. Infinity gives birth to Tai Chi. Tai Chi gives birth to Yin and Yang. There are thousands of kinds of artistic conception, but Lu Chun's artistic conception coincides with the heavenly Tao of Yin and Yang. Tai Xing also frowned. The creation space already has the embryonic form of creating a world. If it is perfected, I'm afraid it will be comparable to the supreme gods in the future. You're exaggerating, Xianjun said. Xianjun said, the creation space is currently only absorbing spiritual energy and nurturing it. It's still far from creating a world. Moreover, the creation of the world can only be considered a strange move. Lu Chen's strength has determined that the creation space is not indestructible, and the expansion speed is slow. I think that Ling Bo should be able to break it with the help of the star power. In the field, Ling Bo's eyes widened. Lu Chen did not use the creation space much, mainly because it was not suitable for actual combat. Not to mention gods, even immortals could easily dodge it. However, at this moment, facing the Thunder Net and the Thunder Dragon, it was really effective. I didn't expect you to be so good. Ling Bo squinted his eyes slightly. Unfortunately, your space may be invincible in the lower realm, but don't underestimate me, the Heavenly King of Star Thunder. Using the Thunder Dragon's spiritual energy to expand your creation space? Dream on. Ling Bo's eyes widened, and he shouted, Thunder Dragon, release. The Thunder Dragon, which was fighting with the Sword Dragon, instantly disintegrated at Ling Bo's command. The Thunder Dragon was made of thunder as its bones and water vapor as its flesh. Now that the water vapor had dispersed, the thunder and lightning disappeared. Thunderstar Net, retract. Break this creation space for me. Ling Bo's right hand formed a claw, using all his strength to compress the lightning net inwards. At this moment, Lu Chun felt a terrifying force squeezing the edge of the creation space. Lu Chen's eyes were wide open as he sat cross-legged. He channeled all his spiritual energy to support the four walls of the creation space and tried his best to expand outwards. The creation space expanded and the heavenly thunder net contracted. Ling Bo and Lu Chun both used their full strength, and they were in a stalemate. The Bone Demon did not even dare to blink. If the heavenly thunder net broke through the creation space, Lu Chun would be captured by the heavenly net and would not be able to escape. Yu Ming said anxiously, the heavenly thunder net originates from the power of the stars and is endless. However, no matter how strong Brother Du Quang's spiritual energy is, there is still a limit to it. Moreover, Ling Bo is a 5-star lower-level deity, and with the help of the celestial body, his power has increased greatly. This battle is probably hopeless. The pressure that Lu Chun felt at this moment was as if there was a mountain on his back. It was unbearable, and there was no end to it. Veins bulged on Lu Chen's forehead. He gritted his teeth and summoned his battle pets. I can't hold on much longer. You, help the creation space grow. Lu Chen only said one sentence. He did not have the time to explain more. Fortunately, he did not summon anyone else. The four beasts had followed Lu Chun for many years and immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. The four beasts could not directly replenish the creation space with spiritual energy and help it grow like Lu Chun, but they could let the creation space absorb the spiritual energy by using it like Yi Fan and the others did. Hurry up, Furball Originator Big. Rhubarb, stay with Dad. Little Beast, together with Furball and Originator, began to attack the sword shadows crazily with the help of Little Beast and the others. Lu Chun was finally able to catch his breath. The heavenly thunder net was too powerful. His only chance to break it was to do it in one go. With that in mind, Lu Chun bellowed. Celestial Body. Inner Demon. After using the last two enhancement skills, Lu Chun instantly unleashed all his spiritual energy. Break for lousy. Lu Chun angrily shouted. A tremendous amount of spiritual energy was injected into the creation space, which expanded abruptly. Ling Bo suddenly felt an extremely strong resistance. This guy hasn't tried his best yet. Ling Bo said angrily. You want to break the heavenly thunder net? In your dreams. Ling Bo roared and unleashed all his spiritual energy. Right then, the heavenly thunder net had already sunk into the wall of the creation space. In the end, the heavenly thunder net won and tore apart the wall of the creation space first. However, the moment the creation space was destroyed, it unleashed an astonishing amount of spiritual energy and completely tore apart the heavenly thunder net. Boom, 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 boom. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, dense explosions occurred in the arc-shaped area. Terrifying spiritual energy shockwaves exploded wildly in the Ragnarok battlefield. It broke. Ling Bo looked at the explosions around him in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. Impossible. This was a skill that he activated using the power of the stars. It could only be activated with the help of the corresponding constellation, and its power was enough to kill a 6-star lower deity. However, it was actually broken by the solipsistic. The god of the hunt's mind was blank. What was the limit of the solipsistic's power? Even a 5-star lower deity couldn't kill him with the help of the power of the stars. Ling Bo and Lu Chun were further away from the outer wall of the creation space and weren't affected by the shock waves. However, both of them spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and were seriously injured. However, all of a sudden, Ling Bo only saw a blur in front of him, and a figure was already in front of him. Ling Bo, go to hell. Lu Chun's eyes were bloodshot. Void form, sky-piercing sword. Both of them were seriously injured, but Ling Bo had yet to recover, while Lu Chun was already in front of Ling Bo. There is no need to say more about the strength of both of them. Ling Bo's eyelids twitched, and he shouted in a low voice, "Guardian Spirit, 1,000 spirits as one." This guy already knew that he couldn't withstand Lu Chun's sky-piercing sword, so he used his body movement to escape. Trying to run? God's advent. Lu Chun naturally wouldn't give him the chance. Oh no, the thunder and water spiritual god is in danger. Activate the shield. Forbidden land of 10,000 spirits. 7 or 8 deities attacked at the same time and activated the joint defense array. Lu Chun's advent didn't penetrate the defense array, and he could only watch as Ling Bo escaped back to the camp. Damn it, Lu Chun didn't dare to stay here for long. He quickly left and returned to the side of the 4 beasts. Dad, that Ling Bo is too despicable. He's a 5-star lower deity, but he still has to rely on others to save his dog life. Little Beast was furious. Rhubarb. Lu Chun was panting heavily. He had already exhausted all his strength to chase after Ling Bo, and now he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Little Beast, I can't care so much. The celestial bodies are changing, and the spiritual element doesn't dare to act rashly. I have to hurry up and recover. If I'm not wrong, in the next celestial body, there will be someone who wants to kill me. Little Beast and the others' faces turned gloomy. Dad's current situation was definitely a matter of life and death. Chapter 1455. The 9-star Heaven Passage Array had too many variables. Now that the Star Palace had shifted, the corresponding stars of the spiritual system were moving out of the array. As for what the next star cluster would be, no one knew. Lu Chun used this short period of time to quickly recover his spiritual energy. I used too much energy in the previous battle. I was too careless. A 5-star lower god still has some tricks up his sleeve. Lu Chun summarized his mistake. The second star cluster, coincidentally, was the absolute beginning star cluster. It corresponded to the life god that was closest to Lu Chun. Dad, it's the absolute beginning star cluster. The little critter frowned with a serious expression. As soon as the absolute beginning star cluster entered the range of the Heaven Passage Array, the life gods were already restless. As soon as the star cluster was formed, they quickly attacked their surroundings. The thunder and water spiritual god Ling Bo was already seriously injured. However, in the Battle of the Gods, they only looked at the final victory, not the number of people defeated. The life gods were not in a hurry to fight the spirit gods. They only thought of ways to defeat them one by one and continue to weaken the spirit gods. At the same time, they looked for opportunities to weaken the other systems. The weaker the other systems were, the higher their chances of reaching the end. Smoke rose on the battlefield again. The life gods swept through the battlefield. The other systems tried to preserve their strength as much as possible, waiting for their own star clusters. In such a short period of time, it was impossible for Lu Chun to completely recover. However, he had to be ready to fight at any time. He first called back the 4 beasts and the earth puppet and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a vine rose from Lu Chun's feet. Fortunately, Lu Chun was already prepared. His eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He dodged it with the god's arrival. Lu Chun had just stabilized himself when a person walked out of the void in front of him. This man was an elf god. He was even more similar to the one Lu Chun saw in the altar in the crack world. The other party smiled, and his gaze fell on Lu Chun's badge. 3-star wild god human emperor. Mutated. Your original name is Lu Chun, right? You really have a lot of gimmicks. Lu Chun looked at this person coldly. The pressure emitted from him did not lose to Ling Bo. Lu Chun took a deep breath. His deduction was right. What? Lu Chun said coldly. You gods think so highly of me. Only 5-star lower gods dare to kill me. Faced with Lu Chun's mockery, the corner of that person's mouth only curled up slightly. We all saw the battle between you and Ling Bo just now. Do you think that I would let a 3-star or 4-star expert come over for you to kill instead? The battle of the gods is not something that can be decided overnight. What I hate the most is variables, and you are the biggest variable. It's a good thing that you don't belong to any system. You dared to come to the battle of the Titans alone. I really don't know if I should say that you're brave or stupid. Now that you're heavily injured, if I don't kill you now, when will I? Lu Chun pulled out his limitless sword and god-slaying spear and looked at the elf deity calmly. You want to kill me? You have no chance. The elf still had a smile on his face, and he was full of confidence. What a joke. Is Lingbo worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as my demonic wood god? Tongue? Lu Chun, the one who has no chance is you. Endless growth. Revival of all things. Summon. Supreme tree demon. The ground rumbled as the ground collapsed. Something was stirring under the ground. Seeing that the other party was about to launch an attack, Lu Chun directly activated God's Advent and flashed 1,000 meters away. However, just as he appeared, a withered vine shot up to the sky from under his feet. Still want to run? This is the battle of the Titans. To the gods, it's just a matter of time. The demonic vine was in front of Lu Chun in an instant. Now do you understand? The battle of the Titans is not something you can come to. Demonic vine ghost claw. Countless withered vines shot out from the ground under Lu Chun's feet, emitting a rotten smell. As if they had eyes, they clawed at Lu Chun. Holy Lotus Sword Heart. Lu Chun swung his sword aura, but many illusory ghost claws suddenly appeared on the demonic vine, forming a black spiritual shield to protect the demonic vine's advance. Lu Chun, you're not the only one who has a battle pet that can ignore spiritual attacks. The demonic vine smiled slightly, then stopped smiling. Murderous intent flashed in its eyes. Die for me. Power of stars. Tree demon regeneration. The withered vines, which were already overwhelming to begin with, regenerated a large number of branches and connected with each other, forming a huge arm. Around the arm, countless black fog ghost claws surrounded it. The huge demonic arm had reached Su Ping in an instant. Lu Chun's sword of fire and endless daybreak landed on the demonic arm, but it remained unharmed. At this moment, directly attacking the demonic arm was no longer a good idea. Lu Chun activated God's Advent and flashed to the front of the demonic vine. Virtual form, Shadow Spear. All of a sudden, the demonic vine's arm demonized like a miniature demonic arm. It ignored Lu Chun's attack and punched. How dare you get close to me? You're courting death. With a boom, Lu Chun was knocked away. Although the 7-spear spear acceleration Shadow Spear was powerful, Lu Chun was injured and its power was greatly reduced. The demonic vine's demonized arm seemed to be connected to the huge demonic arm. The moment Lu Chun attacked, the huge demonic arm transferred to the demonic vine's arm. The demonic vine took Lu Chun's attack head-on and knocked Lu Chun back. Lu Chun's body was sent flying like a cannonball and landed heavily on the ground. With a boom, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and dust flew. After a while, the dust dispersed. In the center of the pit, Lu Chun was covered in blood. He did not fall, but when he stood, he was swaying. 3 consecutive fierce battles. First, he defeated 17 deities. Then he was attacked by Ling Bo and the demonic vine. Both of them were the best among the 5-star lower deities. With the help of the stars, their strength increased greatly, and they were comparable to a 6-star lower deity. At this moment, Lu Chen's injuries were on top of his, and his body did not seem to be his own. In the distance, Bone Demon's eyes were red. That man who refused to fall, under such circumstances, could not possibly have any hope of turning the tables. Brother Kwong, quick, retreat from the battlefield. There's still a chance. He was unwilling to submit to fate, and he was unwilling to submit to the gods. However, in the end, he was the most isolated and helpless person on the battlefield. The heaven-defying person was not tolerated by heaven and earth, nor by the gods. Brother Du Kwong, quickly leave. If you don't leave, you'll die. Netherworld gritted his teeth anxiously. He could not wait to rush in and drag Lu Chen out. Is the soul of the divine demon really that important to you? More important than your life? 100 miles away, Tai Xing sighed and shook his head. He's not the person we're waiting for. Not to mention winning the battle of the gods. He can't even fight the demonic vine. Indeed, the 9 stars heaven array strengthened the 8 major systems. Now, all of the 8 major systems see him as a thorn in their side. Even if the demonic vine stops attacking now, there are still 6 of them. How can he win? Xianzhen said. However, the dust Taoist, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. The two of you, a heaven-defying person, does the impossible and breaks the impossible. If we can see the result, then he doesn't seem like the person we're waiting for. Chapter 1456. The demonic vine looked at Lu Chen indifferently. He raised his hand, and a large number of demonic vines rose around the crater. The demonic vine glanced at the sky. Tai Chu's image was in the middle of the sky connecting a ray. The god of life had achieved great results and laid a good foundation for winning the championship. It's a pity that I don't have time to play with you. Lu Chen, your legend has come to an end with me. I forgot to tell you that I won't make the same mistake as others. I won't give you any chance to escape. Also, I won't leave anyone alive. Without death, there's no rebirth. Tree Demon, attack with the power of heaven. Don't let the essence of heaven and earth take advantage of this. Crack the ground so that the Earth Guardian can't defend. The demonic vine willed, and the surrounding demonic vines gathered into a huge demonic arm that grabbed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen watched the demonic vine pounce at him, but his body was so heavy that he couldn't summon any strength. It was already difficult for him to even stand. The spiritual energy in his body was chaotic, and he couldn't activate God's descent. The demonic vine had even thought of the Suboriginator and the Earth Guardian. The little beast and the others definitely couldn't withstand the demonic vine's attack. In the face of the devil's arm, Lu Chen could hear himself gasping for breath. He was a little tired. The human race was safe. Earth wouldn't be devoured by the Zhouqian for the time being. Lu, Yi, Beishue, Gufei, Xiao Yan, Yao were all safe. However, Mu Sheng's life was still unknown. His father was still imprisoned in the sky-connecting prison and suffering endless torture. There was still no news about his mother. Dad, I'm sorry. Yaoer, I might not be able to fulfill my promise. The god-devil state disappeared. The white hair turned black, and the great ethereal arm turned back into a human. The god-devil and human emperor seemed to be gone. The one standing here was Lu Chen, an ordinary earthling. Lu Chen, solipsistic. Have you finally given up? Not only did I kill you, the god-devil and human emperor, but I also broke your will? Interesting. The demonic vine couldn't stop laughing. So, your death will make my name go down in history. Kill a human sovereign, kill a genius. Kill a monster like you, Bone Demon said faintly. Big Brother Kwong, as long as you leave your corpse intact, I can give you a new life. However, in the hands of the devil vine, could Lu Chen leave behind a complete corpse? Regardless of whether she could or not, Bone Demon had already closed her eyes. She did not want to see the moment Lu Chen died tragically. With a boom, the huge demonic arm slammed into Lu Chen's body. This punch shook the heavens and earth. A vertical air ring exploded in the middle of the field. Half of it split open the ground, while the other half split open the sky. How could Lu Chun, in his current state, take the full force attack of the demonic vine? Time seemed to stop at this moment. A moment later, Netherworld stared at the battlefield and narrowed his eyes. No, something is blocking the demon arm. The bone demon turned around immediately and searched for Lu Chen's shadow in the field in fear. At this moment, a red fire spirit shield blocked the side of Lu Chen. The giant demon arm was actually unable to advance an inch in this shield. What's going on? Big Brother Kwong still has a trump card? I don't know. I've never heard of Big Brother Kwong having a fire spirit shield. Look, that demon arm is actually being burned. Lu Chen waited for a moment, but the fist that he imagined to free himself did not come. He opened his eyes and looked to his side in confusion. A fire shield that was 100 meters high in temperature was standing right next to him. Lu Chen himself was also dumbfounded. This was definitely not a skill. Suddenly, a piece of dead wood floated beside Lu Chen. In his mind, a woman's voice sounded. Lu Chen, do you still remember me? Lu Chen's eyes widened. Of course he remembered, but he found it hard to believe. Senior Qiu Ming. Back then, Lu Chen had asked Qiu Ming if she was willing to recognize him as her master. Unfortunately, Qiu Ming had already given up and rejected Lu Chen. Qiu Ming's voice sounded again. I once thought that you had always brought me along, but in the end, you only wanted me to recognize you as my master. However, I seem to have misunderstood. Ever since you asked me that last time, you never mentioned recognizing me as your master again. Even now, when you're in a desperate situation and about to die, you are still like this. Thank you for giving me such great tolerance, and thank you for never separating me from heaven pilfering. Lu Chen, from the 6th heaven to the 8th heaven, I watched you grow up step by step. I watched you withstand 4 12th level heavenly tribulations in Skysplit Tower. I watched you fight for your planet, for your people, for your family, and for the entire human race. I also watched you become lost in the myriad of worlds and experience the tribulations of countless eras. I thought that after several thousand years, I had already seen through the hearts of people. Only when I saw everything that you experienced did I realize that I had not seen through anything. Lu Chen, there is something that I have always wanted to say to you. Lu Chen's brows were tightly knitted. He did not interrupt Qiu Ming and only listened to her finish speaking. For the human race, for your home planet, and for your family, you disregarded life and death. You cut through all obstacles and went against the heavens. However, have you ever fought for yourself? You are only immortal. If you had given up just now, what awaited you would only be death. Before you died, you were only thinking about the people you cared about. However, you only forgot one person. You forgot yourself. You forgot that there are many people who do not wish for you to die. Lu Chen was suddenly stunned. The only person he forgot was himself. The gods are detached from the world, but you are in the world. Since that is the case, there are also many people who care about you. Do you think that everything is over after you save them? No. Lu does not only care about her child, she also cares about you, her big brother. Yao does not only want his mother, he also misses you, his father. Your path is not over yet. God Fiend, Human Emperor, fighting for yourself is fighting for the common people. Lu Chen, thank you for reigniting my fighting spirit. Qiu Wan is ashamed. Mister, please ask me the question from before again. With a boom, Lu Chen's mind suddenly felt as if it had been struck by lightning. His path was not over yet. Lu Chen took a deep breath and asked, Senior Qiu Ming, are you willing to recognize me, Lu Chen, as your master? Unlike last time, Qiu Ming's voice was incomparably firm. Following in life and death, I will never regret. Qiu Ming is willing to recognize you as my master. Beside him, the withered wood staff exploded with a shocking rainbow light. Heaven Pilfer had said that the Chaos Magic Staff's level was even higher than his. Lu Chen gripped the Chaos Magic Staff tightly with one hand. In an instant, a violent wave of spiritual energy poured into Lu Chen's body like a river, bursting through a dam. With a boom, the devil vine's gigantic arm was directly engulfed by a ball of heavenly fire. Within the flames, a series of ghostly howls that caused one's heart to tremble violently. A moment later, the devil vine's arm had already turned into ashes. And at this moment, Lu Chen's elemental attributes had already soared by several times. The deep pit with a radius of several hundred meters beside him ignited with raging flames, and the flames soared into the sky. What's going on? The devil vine's eyes widened as he looked at this scene in disbelief. He was clearly a person who was about to die, so how could he suddenly control such a ferocious fire? A wave of spiritual energy spread out from within the flames. White hair fluttered in the flames. The emptiness of God's and demons' arm was like the arm of a demon god, majestic and powerful. A figure slowly walked out from within the flames. Devil Vine, you're already dead. A cold voice came from within the flames. Chapter 1457. Seeing the half of the dead with staff floating beside Lu Chun, Mo Tong searched his mind for a moment and suddenly widened his eyes. This is the primal chaos magic staff. No, impossible. How could this thing appear in your hands? Lu Chun sneered. Why ask so many questions when you are about to die? And Mo Tong's eyelids shrank. You think a broken staff can turn the tables? And Mo Tong's arm demonized once again and roared. Deviltry, Ghost Lair's extreme fiendish. His arm swelled 100 times as countless vines entwined around each other, layer by layer. The black fog directly merged with the dead wood, and the grayish-black arm demonized and turned pure black. Die for this lord. The extreme fiendish demon arm broke through space and grabbed at Lu Chun. Heaven burning, earth fire. Lu Chen's surrounding 100 meters was suddenly filled with pillars of fire. Just as the extreme fiendish demon arm entered the flame area, the demonic aura that had just merged with it was forced out of the vines and turned into a black fog that surrounded the demon arm. Without the protection of the demonic aura, the vines found it even harder to resist Lu Chen's flames. Before they could hit Lu Chun, they had already turned into ashes. For a moment, countless sparks appeared around Lu Chun, as if there were countless stars. The clash of two moves within the flames had a different kind of beauty. This, the Ghost Lair's extreme, fiendish demon arm, actually couldn't resist his flames. Mo Tong's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. When Netherworld saw this scene, he was also shocked. It is said that Mo Tong is not afraid of flames. Brother Du Quang's flames actually burned the Ghost Lair's extreme, fiendish demon arm. His flame affinity is probably over 80,000. Could it be because of that broken staff? On the battlefield, Lu Chun sneered, "Thank you for filling the firewood for me." Mo Tang's face turned ugly. His deviltry supreme had become the firewood that Solipsistic was talking about. Suddenly, Lu Chen's figure flashed, and a god's descent appeared in front of Mo Tang. Try blocking my spear again. Void form, flame shadow spear. Mo Tang was just about to escape when he suddenly discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy had been sucked dry. He was like a fish without water. He was unable to move. Supreme Treeman, protect your master. The ground in front of a demonic vine suddenly splashed with dirt and rocks, and a huge tree instantly blocked the demonic vine. Lu Chen's spear flashed with a dazzling flame. Lu Chun not only pierced through the 100-meter-tall tree, but even the demonic vines were not spared. Behind him, Lu Chun retracted his move gracefully. The devil vine looked at the huge hole in his chest in horror. Lava flowed inside and swallowed his organs. His divine core had already disappeared. The devil vine painfully turned its head and said with difficulty, "Solipsistic, spare my life. I beg you." Lu Chun didn't even turn his head. His tone was ice cold. "Just now, would you have spared my life? More and more people want to kill me, but you seem to have forgotten that since it's a battle of life and death, if the one who dies isn't me, then it will definitely be you. Don't you want your name to go down in history? Since I've ascended to the 8th heaven, You are the first god I've killed. It can be considered that my wish has been fulfilled." The demonic vine's expression was wooden. It was obvious that Lu Chun wouldn't be merciful. "Without death, how can there be rebirth?" Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that this sentence would be said for myself. The demonic vine's expression was desolate. His body was quickly being eaten away by the flames, but he didn't care about this anymore. Amidst his desperate and crazy laughter, the demonic vine's body turned into ashes together with supreme treatment and was swept up into the sky by the heat wave. Lu Chun turned around and looked at the sky full of sparks. There was no joy on his face. "Even gods can die. Then what right do you have to be called gods?" Lu Chun said faintly. "In the end, you can't escape the cycle of reincarnation." The entire battlefield of the gods, the sounds of the fierce battle had almost disappeared. Almost everyone's mind flashed with two words: killing a god. The god-fiend human emperor killed a god with one spear, and he was one of the best among the 5-star lesser gods. He killed the demonic vine under the protection of the stars. They saw with their own eyes that this person who defied the heavenly Tao killed a god. Lingbo suddenly felt a chill on his back. He didn't know when it started, but his back was already covered in cold sweat. Previously, he was already at a disadvantage in the battle with Lu Chun. If he hadn't run fast enough, the first one to be killed would have been him. However, the current Lu Chun was even stronger than before. Even if the power of the stars hadn't disappeared, he could still kill him. If the lightning net defeated the creation space, the one who forced Lu Chun into a desperate situation would be him. And the one who died would also be him. What kind of monster is this guy? When they looked at Lu Chun again, Lu Chun had already turned around and looked coldly at the thousands of gods. This gaze caused countless gods to feel a long-lost feeling, fear. At this moment, the star array above the sky-reaching array shifted. The stars shifted, and the absolute beginning star array moved far away. A new star array had already entered the sky above the sky-reaching tower. Seeing this star array, everyone's heart tightened. Polar star. The 9-star sky-reaching array was both a defensive array and an amplification array. There were a total of 9 star arrays. However, for thousands of years, the 9-star arrays only corresponded to the 8 major god systems. Since there were 9-star arrays, why did they only protect the 8 major god systems? Was the polar star array really useless, or was it waiting for its destiny? If it was the latter, then no one was more qualified than the solipsistic. It's actually the polar star array. That guy can't be him. How could the star arrays of the divine realm leave a place for a mortal? It can't be him. However, although some people didn't want to believe it, no one dared to move. Everyone was watching Lu Chun. They activated all kinds of heavenly magic treasures and observed every change on Lu Chun's body. Lu Chun also noticed a change in his appearance. He looked up at the sky. Polar star was different from other star arrays. Other star arrays had many stars forming a group, but polar star was alone. A bright star, in a distant place in the universe, flickered alone. Although there was only one star, its light couldn't be ignored. There was only one star, but it was equally famous as the other star arrays. It was one of the 9 star arrays. A weak starlight fell on Lu Chun's body. In an instant, Lu Chun's body glowed with silver light. He seemed to be able to feel the loneliness of that star, as well as the stubbornness and persistence of that star. Lu Chun seemed to be able to feel its thoughts. After 10,000 years, the person it was waiting for finally appeared. Lu Chun's spirit core rotated slowly. Under the guidance of the starlight, the spirit liquid spread to every pore of his body. Even the acupoints and meridians that weren't smooth before were now smooth. This was an indescribable, carefree feeling. It wasn't a breakthrough, but it was better than a breakthrough. Lu Chun looked at his right hand. When he clenched his hand, the feeling of being filled with power was unprecedented. Polar Star was protecting the human emperor. Looking up, Lu Chun looked at the gods and said coldly, "It seems it's my turn." Chapter 1458. As soon as he said that, the range of the 8 systems changed subtly. Originally, the major systems were separated by a relatively large distance from each other. Quietly, the 8 major systems were showing signs of merging together. Previously, we were fighting with each other. Now, there are only about 1,800 of us left. Let's not fight among ourselves for now. Solipsistic is too strong, and he has the Pole Star Guardian. We need to work together to resist him. The Pole Star has never protected any gods for thousands of years. It has accumulated star power for thousands of years. How terrifying is that? The 8 systems might not be able to resist it. He's good at the fire element and can be countered by the water element. As long as we can hold him off for a while and wait for the Pole Star to shift, we can work together to kill him. Withered Claw stared. What did those people say? Only 1,800 people left? Yu Ming took a deep breath. 1,800 people against one person, and they're still not confident? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it? Bone Demon looked at Lu Chun with bright eyes. She had heard many legends about Lu Chun. Just those rumors alone were enough to make her admire this person. However, no matter how strange the rumors were, it was not as good as seeing it with her own eyes. Looking at the white-haired man who was emitting faint starlight, it was so dazzling that people could not take their eyes off him. Bone Demon stared without blinking and muttered, "So there really is someone who can shine." However, Withered Claw and the others did not dare to slack off. This was the best opportunity for Lu Chun to win. However, once the Pole Star shifted, although Lu Chun was strong, if the gods worked together to deal with him, it would be hard to say what the result would be. Brother Du Quang, don't be rash. In another corner, the god of the hunt was more nervous than anyone else. After witnessing Lu Chun kill a god, he was now very sure that if Lu Chun really wanted to kill him, he would not hesitate to crush his miniature god core. How did this sure-death situation become like this? Kill him, quickly kill him. Please quickly kill that demon. At this moment, Lu Chun slowly put away the god-slaying spear and magic staff. In his hand, there was only the infinite divine demon sword. Holding the limitless godly demon sword tightly, Lu Chun suddenly remembered that the limitless weapon spirit seemed to be a vinegar jar. That guy should be more balanced now. Lu Chun took a deep breath. Within the entire battlefield, the wind stirred and the clouds moved. Hidden forces intertwined. Wuji, I haven't used this move before. But now that I have the help of the Divine Staff and Polar Star, let's try it out. You have to hold on. Wuji's voice rang out. Master, feel free to try. I'm afraid there's no move in this world that I can't handle. Lu Chun smiled. All right, Jiutian Star. Switch to Ice and Fire. True Fire Mystic Ice Sword. Ice Fire Hell. The True Fire Mystic Ice Sword was a technique that Lu Chun had obtained by chance in the real world. Its level was unknown, but the elemental requirements were extremely harsh. Lu Chun had only cultivated to the first layer of the Mystic Ice Flame Sword, and the Ice Fire Hell was the third layer of the True Fire Mystic Ice Sword's ultimate move. Although the True Fire Mystic Ice Sword was not only difficult to cultivate, but also had an increase in damage and other special effects that could not reach the level of a divine technique. However, the strength of the move was not only related to the level of the move, but also the user's own strength. Just like Lu Chun's current Ju K, even a venerable immortal would not be able to withstand it. When the dual polarity heaven splitting technique was completed, the ground within a kilometer of Lu Chun's feet collapsed. The earth could no longer withstand the pressure of this sword. Under the huge spiritual pressure, the surrounding rocks and soil slowly rose, shattered, and annihilated in the entire heaven-connecting array. Half of the ground was abnormally hot. The water on the ground evaporated and turned into steam, while the other half was extremely cold. The ice was bone-chilling, and ice condensed into frost, dancing in the wind. It's a dual elemental attack. Wait, how did he master these two opposing elements at the same time? Is this guy crazy? Does he want to destroy this world? Ice Fire Hell is no small matter. Defend with all your might. At this moment, Lu Chun had already drawn his sword. The infinite celestial demon sword was drawn, and the sky changed color. Yin and yang rotated, and ice and fire alternated. For a moment, a sword aura directly separated the earth, cut across the sky, and sped toward the deities. "Block it," someone shouted. "As long as we can withstand the polar star shift, we will have a chance." However, the moment this sword aura that filled the sky and earth slashed toward them, a terrifying spiritual force pressed down at the same time. Some of the low-star deities who had just come into contact with this technique could not withstand the sword aura at all with their spiritual shields. The moment they came into contact with a sword aura, they were directly sent flying. That's too terrifying. Is this still within the range of a 5-star deity? The sword aura alternates the power of ice and fire. It cannot be restrained by elements. Anyone who comes into contact with it will be seriously injured. The sword aura was like a hot knife through butter. It left a shocking abyss on the ground and directly blasted into the crowd of deities. With a loud bang, the ice-fire hell exploded in the crowd. Monstrous heat waves and waves of ice spread outward. The heat waves were scorching, and the waves of ice were bone-chilling. In addition to the huge force produced by the terrifying spiritual explosion, countless deities were blown away in an instant. All of them were seriously injured. As for those who could still move, they rushed out of the range of the heaven-connecting array as if they were fleeing. When the aftershock of this shocking sword aura dissipated, 1,800 deities were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Over 200 deities had escaped from the heaven-connecting tower. Their expressions were dispirited, and some of them were seriously injured. Looking at the battlefield again, a terrifyingly straight ravine had appeared on the ground. It ran through the interior of the heaven-connecting array and was 30 to 40 meters wide. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. At the end of the ravine, there was only that white-haired man. Oh my God, what kind of strength is this? Netherworld's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He forced 2,000 deities to retreat with a single sword. Is there such an unimaginable thing in the world? He even told Brother Du Quang not to be impulsive. Withered Claw was in a daze. This strength is too exaggerated. Netherworld said, under the protection of the constellation, the leaders of the various systems can fight up to the power of a 6-star deity. However, they cannot kill all the other deities with a single move. Brother Du Quang's sword aura is at least that of an 8-star lower deity. Bone Demon took a deep breath and stared at Lu Chen's back without blinking. His chest heaved up and down. He is really strong. It seems that we won't be able to use the undead elixir. Lu Chen looked around at the messy battlefield of the gods. At this moment, there were still a few small fries who had luckily escaped. When they saw Lu Chen looking at them, they cooperated and left the heaven-connecting array. Provoking the solipsistic at this moment was akin to courting death. After a short while, there was only one person left in the battlefield of the gods. The only person who was not a deity had become the strongest person in the final battle of the gods. 100 kilometers away, the worldly Taoist smiled and looked at Xianzhen and Tai Xing. What did I tell you? I told you not to make wild guesses. See? Xianzhen smiled and shook his head. Who doesn't know how to say such ambiguous words? It's just a trick. Moreover, even if he wins the battle of the gods, if he is unable to solve the problem regarding the souls of deities and demons, he is not the person we are waiting for. Tai Xing said calmly, let's stop arguing. Let's go and give the prize to the winner. It just so happens that I also want to see this human emperor who refuses to accept the will of heaven. Chapter 1459. Lu Chen was standing quietly on the battlefield. The power of the sword just now was beyond his imagination. When he made the move, he clearly felt the power beyond his limit. Is it because of the polar star? Lu Chen looked up at the star in the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. The human sovereign realm had its limits, and the polar star had helped Lu Chen complete a breakthrough. If he could grasp the feeling just now, it would definitely be of great benefit to his future cultivation. While Lu Chen was in a daze, a white figure suddenly appeared beside him, less than 3 or 4 meters away from Lu Chun. Lu Chun hurriedly retreated, secretly shocked. When this guy approached him, he didn't react at all. If he wanted to kill him, he would have been dead already. And this was when he was in his peak state. If it was during normal times, he would be no match for him. Was there such a terrifying opponent in the battle of the gods? When Lu Chun looked at that person, he saw that the other party had no intention of attacking and was looking at him with a smile. It was an old man of the demigod race, with white hair and a youthful face. He wore a gray robe and had a sword at his waist. Lu Chun, what's wrong? From the looks of it, it seems like you still want to fight with this sovereign? That person looked at Lu Chun with a smile. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. Senior, you are me? I'm here to give you an award. If you hurt me, your award will be gone. Award? Lu Chun's mind raced. In other words, this person was the mastermind behind the scenes who lured him to the battle of the gods. However, Lu Chun had always thought that the other party was up to no good, but this old man didn't seem to be hostile to Lu Chun at all. The most important thing was that in the battle of the gods, although the 8 gods couldn't wait to get rid of him first, at least no one was secretly causing trouble. This meant that the mastermind behind the scenes only lured him here but didn't target him. Little friend Lu Chun, what are you thinking about? Are you wondering why I lured you to the battle of the gods? The old man saw through Lu Chun's thoughts and said with a smile. Lu Chun did not answer, as if he had silently agreed with the old man. We didn't want to lure you to the battle of the gods, but we have no ill intentions, the old man said calmly. Then why did you lure me out with the souls of gods and devils? Lu Chun asked seriously. Well, you can only blame yourself for being too secretive. The old man smiled. As far as I know, we're not the only ones who want to find you. In the end, all of them returned empty-handed. The clues were cut off at the splitting heaven holy land. Many people went to search for you, but they couldn't find any trace of you. Coincidentally, I have news about the soul of the fiend god. You only lack the soul of the fiend god and heaven-defying celestial and heaven-defying celestial and demon. Whether you participate in the battle of the gods or not, you will definitely come and take a look. What I didn't expect was that you would directly participate in the competition. Ha ha! It seems that we have underestimated your courage and speed of growth. Lu Chun's brows were tightly knitted. He was still unsure whether the other party was a friend or foe. Lu Chun, this is your reward. After saying this, the old man tossed a storage ring to Lu Chun. There are some divine-grade pills, medicinal herbs, rare materials, a divine-grade cultivation method, and the thing you're most concerned about, the information about the soul of the fiend god. Lu Chun was astonished. You're giving me a reward just like that? The old man had a warm smile on his face. My Tao system organized this battle of the gods. Since you won the competition, this is what you deserve. If you go back on your word, I'm afraid that no other gods will be willing to join our system in the future. As for why we came to find you, if you want to know the answer, you can activate the transmission talisman in the storage ring. That talisman will lead you to my cave dwelling. It will be effective for 2 years. If you come to find me, I will tell you slowly. All right, little friend Lu Chun, congratulations on winning the battle of the gods. If you're not willing to come to my cave dwelling now, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. After all, not everyone who comes to find you will need your help. After saying this, the old man disappeared. Just as he left, the 4 walls of the 9-star heaven formation disappeared simultaneously. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. The ground collapsed, and the mountains in the distance collapsed. It was as if the entire world was collapsing. Big Brother Quan, let's go. Bone Demon flashed to Lu Chun's side. Your sword strike just now has already caused an earthquake. Previously, there was the 9 stars heavenly array supporting it. Now that the array has been removed and the energy is being transmitted, the ground is about to collapse. After saying this, Bone Demon grabbed Lu Chun's hand and teleported away. A few people were squeezed into the small wooden house at the top of the snowy mountain. Netherworld, Bone Claw, Bone Demon, Little Beast, Little Furball, Little Originator, Rhubarb, Little Golden Carp, Lu Yi, and Qianji's 4 spiritual puppets. Bone Demon frowned as she looked at Qianji. She asked Lu Chun, "Big Brother Quang, is this the itinerant celestial that you made into a puppet? I heard that he has become your strategist." Big Brother Quang is indeed repaying evil with kindness. You finally managed to convert him. Qianji was speechless. Who said that I have become Lu Chen's strategist? Who said that I have been converted? Are there rumors in the divine territory too? Lu Chen smiled and said to Qianji, "What is that Taoist faction trying to do? Should I go and meet them?" "Qianji, tell me your thoughts." Qianji's lips trembled. He was furious. "Asking me again? Is Lu Chen a habit? I can't wait for Lu Chen to die." Qianji looked at his hand that was slowly raised. He said, "I'm quite good at this. Let me analyze it for you." Qianji said a few important points. The Taoist faction's god descendant was extremely powerful. Since Lu Chen had appeared, they should be able to track down Lu Chen's whereabouts. They did not need to wait for him to walk into their trap to kill him. In the Battle of Gods, the Taoist faction did not do anything special. If they wanted to kill Lu Chen, they could have done something in the dark and kill Lu Chen without anyone knowing. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble. Thirdly, the Taoist priest invited Lu Chen in front of everyone. If Lu Chen died there, people might link Lu Chen's death to them. Lastly, the Taoist priest said that the Taoist faction wanted Lu Chen's help. Although they did not say what they wanted, they had already revealed their intentions. "That's why I think," Qianji said confidently, "there will be no danger." Little Beast interrupted Qianji. "Qianji, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking." "Dad, Qianji's analysis makes sense, but I don't think we should be in a hurry. Let's see if we can find the soul of a god first. You can go there when the time comes. It doesn't matter if they are hostile or not. At least it will be safer." Gume added, "Yeah, there's no such thing as good or bad between the factions of gods. It's just a fight for benefits. I don't think it's a good thing for them to want your help. Moreover, didn't the Taoist priest say that the teleportation talisman is effective for 2 years? We might be able to figure it out without him saying anything." Lu Chen nodded. What Gue Mei and Little B said made sense. However, he was not in a hurry to make a decision. Since they were talking about the soul of a god, let's take a look at their rewards. Chapter 1460. The storage ring wasn't very big, so Lu Chen took out all of the items in it. There were some high-level pills and recipes among the prizes, but Lu Chen didn't recognize any of them, so he had to hand them over to Little Green for research. Just as he was organizing the prizes, Little Green picked up a red piece of wood and inspected it carefully. "What's this? What's the use of this piece of wood? Is this sky-burning firewood? Isn't this thing extinct a long time ago? Why did they give us such a rare material?" The skeletal claw stared at the pieces of wood with incredulity in its eyes. The voice of the sky pilfer sounded in Lu Chen's mind. "Big boss, Chionua has a use for this thing." "Oh," Lu Chen hurriedly asked, "Chionua, do you have a use for this sky-burning firewood?" Chionua replied, "My main body is constructed from sky-burning firewood. Sky-burning firewood is nourished by 72 types of heavenly flames, and it grew in the divine realm of the western heaven. However, the divine realm of the western heaven was destroyed, so this type of sky-burning firewood rarely appears again." Lu Chen nodded. "Can the sky-burning firewood repair your avatar?" "Yes, I can increase my elemental affinity by 50%, and, at the same time, enhance the effects of my spell techniques by 50%. If I can completely repair it, the effects will double." Lu Chen's eyes widened. In other words, the magic divine staff could double his elemental affinity and enhance the effects of his spell techniques by 100%. He roughly estimated his elemental affinity in his mind. Originally, his elemental affinity had been around 60,000, but the staff had increased it by 30,000, and the Polaris had doubled it. By the time of the Battle of the Gods, his total elemental affinity had reached a total of 180,000. If he could repair the magic divine staff, he would be able to unleash the hell of ice and fire once his elemental affinity reached 90,000. even without the polar star shield. Increasing his elemental affinity by 30,000 wasn't a far-fetched goal. Is this sky burning firewood enough? Do you need a tool refinement master to repair it? Master, my avatar is a living thing, so I don't need a tool refinement master to repair it. Just give me some time to absorb this sky-burning firewood, and I'll be able to repair it. That's great, Lu Chun said excitedly. Could it be that the old Taoist saw that Lu Chun had the chaos magic staff and deliberately let it in? Yu Ming picked up some materials from the table and said, Brother Lon Kuang, these materials can be used to strengthen your puppet. If you trust me, I can help you strengthen it. While I'm at it, I'll give your Earth Golem some defensive abilities. You've seen it for yourself during the Battle of the Gods. Once you leave the ground, your Earth Golem's defense will be greatly weakened. There's a branch of the undead race that specializes in puppets. There's a puppeteer who owes me a favor. I asked him to strengthen the Guardian of the Earth. Its power will definitely be more than 10 times stronger than it is now. It can improve by so much. Lu Chun asked in surprise. Netherworld smiled confidently and said, Of course. Not only that, but the puppet will also inherit your attributes. The stronger you are, the stronger the puppet will be. As long as you give me some of your blood, I will definitely give you a surprise. Lu Chun widened his eyes. The Earth Golem's defense was originally high. However, that was in the immortal domain. Now that it was in the divine domain, unless it stood on the ground and borrowed the power of the earth to weaken the attack, it was basically useless. In the previous battle, it could not even block the attack of a 2-star lower god. It would be best if it could be strengthened. Why not? Thank you, Brother Netherworld. Lu Chun hurriedly said. Qianji widened his eyes and said, Senior, are you talking about the undead race's unique puppet technique, the Bloodbone puppet? Netherworld looked at Qianji strangely and said, You actually know about it. All right, I heard that you're a once-in-a-lifetime puppet genius. That's right, it's the Bloodbone puppet. Ordinary lower realm puppets cannot be made into Bloodbone puppets. This is because they are unable to withstand the impact of the modification. However, the Guardian of the Earth is different. The Guardian of the Earth uses the Earth to defend against attacks. Their defense is not limited to their body. They should be able to withstand the impact. Qianji seemed to be excited. Bloodbone puppet. I finally have the chance to see a Bloodbone puppet. No, I'm going to become a Bloodbone puppet myself. This is unbelievable. Little Beast rolled its eyes at Qianji and said, Why are you so excited about this? Qianji was still immersed in his own world. No, you don't understand. To a puppeteer, an undead puppeteer is the god of all puppeteers. And among all puppets, the Bloodbone puppet is the pinnacle of all puppets. TSK, I think Originator is the strongest among all puppets. Little Beast said in disdain. Heaven and Earth Essence is not a true puppet. It's only a puppet before it has a consciousness. Once it has a consciousness, it will be more like a battle pet that has a close connection with its master. Lu Chun shook his head. Although Qianji was a despicable and cunning person, his dedication to the art of puppeteering was impressive. Qianji was still so excited even if Lin Fan became a puppet. It was clear that he was pursuing the pinnacle of the art of puppeteering from the bottom of his heart. And this time, Qianji seemed to have tasted the benefits of following Lu Chun. The next treasure was a skill set called Sky Ceiling Shooting Sun Arrow. Archery? Lu Chun blinked his eyes. Previously, when he teamed up with Netherworld and the others at the Sky Opening Holy Ground, he used a bow and arrow. But in the end, he received an archery skill set. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he used archery as his main weapon of attack. Lu Chun wanted a sword skill set and a spear skill set the most. Unfortunately, it was not up to him to choose the reward. After all, it was a godly skill set. It was better than nothing. What Lu Chun did not expect was that the last prize was a small wine flask. What is this wine flask? Is it a magical item? Lu Chun frowned. If it was a powerful magical item, then the rewards for the Battle of the Gods would have exceeded Lu Chun's expectations. Gume looked at the wine flask and frowned. Brother Kuang, I think I know what this is. It's not a wine flask, it's a water flask. Ah, water flask? Lu Chun was even more surprised. If I'm not wrong, this is the Heavenly Spirit Holy Flask. It's not particularly rare. Even the Celestial Realm has it, but its effects are not bad. As Gume spoke, she found a slip of paper under the flask. There seems to be an explanation here. Lu Chun immediately checked the slip of paper. Third grade Heavenly Spirit Holy Flask. This flask absorbs water vapor and spiritual energy to produce a celestial spring. One flask can be filled every year. Using the celestial spring in the flask can increase one's spiritual energy by 1,500 points. After reading the explanation, Lu Chun suddenly felt as if he had been electrocuted. Could this be the origin of the legendary spiritual tea and spiritual wine? Mu Xian had invited him to drink tea, and the people in the mountains had invited him to drink wine. This is good stuff. Lu Chun was extremely excited. Back then, he had wanted this treasure every day. Although 1,500 points of spiritual energy in a year was nothing to Lu Chun, the significance of this Heavenly Spirit Holy Flask was no small matter. The flask was not big. If it was filled with wine, it would be about 10 cups. Then, one cup would be 150 points. It was much more effective than the tea that Mu Xian had invited him to drink. In that case, if Mu Xian also had the Heavenly Spirit Holy Flask, it should be first grade. Ha! I finally got this treasure. Lu Chun hugged the flask and laughed happily. The group looked at Lu Chun strangely. In a few years, your strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Why is Brother Kwong so interested in this Heavenly Spirit Holy Flask? Witherclaw was puzzled. Maybe it's some kind of sentiment, Yu Ming said faintly. Chapter 1461. At night, Lu Chun leaned against a steep rock and looked at the quiet night sky above the snow mountain. Dad, Little Beast came to Lu Chun's side and sat down. I don't know where Sister Jinli went again. She left a note saying that she's going out to try her luck. She asked you not to worry about her and to contact you if she finds anything. Lu Chun smiled slightly. If it's the little golden carp, it shouldn't be a problem. Dad, when are we going to look for the souls of the gods and demons? Lu Chun looked at the little beast, took out a map, and handed it over. Little beast opened the map. There were 3 areas on the map: the Firmament Palace, the Ninth Hell Devil's Den, and an unknown area with a question mark. There was a line of words below the map. The souls of the gods and demons are divided into the divine soul and the demon soul. The divine soul is in the Firmament Palace, and the demon soul is in the Ninth Hell Devil's Denver. According to the tomes of heaven, there was a powerful person who obtained these 2 souls but couldn't merge them. Later, the divine soul and the demon soul were sealed in 2 forbidden spiritual zones respectively. Someone has gathered the divine soul and the demon soul. Little Beast frowned. But even such a powerful person couldn't merge the divine soul and the demon soul. Then Lu Chun said, I think I have a better chance than them. After all, they don't have other divine soul sets. In the divine soul sets, some of the individual parts are obtained in conjunction with other individual parts. Dad, I don't think the forbidden spiritual zones are fun places. Lu Chun smiled. That's the forbidden spiritual zones. I'm not a god. What I'm thinking is that there's an unknown area on the map. It seems that the old Taoist left something behind and deliberately didn't leave any information. Little Beast snorted. The old guy is really cunning. He left something behind. I think he wants you to find him yourself. Dad, what should we do now? Lu Chun took a deep breath, stood up, and patted the blood off his buttocks. I feel more and more that the thing that exists in the 9 heavens domain is the key to unraveling the entire Juqian mystery. Even the so-called gods, lesser gods, middle gods, upper gods, main gods, supreme main gods. I hear that each of them is more powerful than the last. But aren't they still inferior to the Juqian? Then, how terrifying is the strength of the strongest person in the 9 heavens domain? Lu Chun looked at the little critter with a resolute gaze. Perhaps only a set of super powerful equipment that has never been collected before is qualified to contend against a transcendent existence that no one knows about. After saying that, Lu Chun took a deep breath and said, "Little beast, you guys stay here first. I'll go find that old Taoist." "Dad," little beastie immediately stood up nervously. "We'll go with you. No need. If he really wants to harm me, we won't be able to stop him." Lu Chun looked at little beast. There aren't many opportunities to cultivate in the eight heavens. During this time, you take little fur ball and the others to cultivate in the splitting heavens holy land with Bone Demon and the others. As long as you don't go too deep into the splitting heavens holy land, you'll be safe in the periphery. Little beast thought about it. Dad was right. The most important thing for them now was to increase their own strength. Okay. Lu Chun pinched the transportation talisman, and in the blink of an eye, he was already at the foot of a celestial mountain. The celestial mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist, looking both real and illusory. Celestials had their own paradise, while gods lived more casually. Bone demons lived in ordinary wooden houses, but some chose to live in caves with rich spirit chi. As soon as Lu Chun appeared, a deep voice sounded. "Lu Chun, you're finally here." After he finished speaking, three figures appeared from the fog. One of them was the old Taoist who gave Lu Chun the award. Lu Chun was always vigilant. When he saw the three appear, he said in a deep voice, "What do you want from me?" The three looked at each other and smiled. "Lu Chun, let me introduce myself first. My celestial name is Tai Xing. This is Xian Jun, and this is Dao Chun." The three of them had white hair and white beards, but they were not from the same race. They were from the god-descendant race, the ancient spirit race, and the last one was in human form, but he shouldn't be a real human. Xian Jun raised his hand, and a stone table and 4 stone chairs appeared in front of the 4 of them. "Since you're already here, let's sit down and talk." Xian Jun took out a teapot. "Let's talk while drinking tea. Heavenly Spirit, sacred pot." Lu Chun recognized the teapot in Xian Jun's hand. Xian Jun smiled. "We gave you a 3rd grade one, and mine is a 5th grade one. How about it? Want to have a drink?" Lu Chun pondered for a moment, then sat down. Looking at the rainbow-colored glass cup that Xian Jun handed over, Lu Chun wondered why he couldn't change it to a bigger cup. The Dao Chun looked at Lu Chun and said, "I really didn't expect you to take first place in the Battle of the Gods." Lu Chun drank the tea in his cup and pushed it back to Xian Jun, indicating that he wanted a refill. "You used the soul of a god to lure me here, but only gave me a clue about the soul of a god. Why did you go through so much trouble? Since I'm already here, why don't the 3 of you be straightforward?" Tai Xing said, "We called you here because we want you to take a trip to the outer world." Lu Chun froze, then looked at Tai Xing and waited for him to continue. Tai Xing continued, "The Jiutian world is divided into 2 parts. One is the Jiutian's main body, and all the worlds devoured by the Jiutian are its main body. The other part is, for example, your world. It hasn't been devoured by the Jiutian, but it's still being integrated into the Jiutian system. The outer world I'm talking about refers to the worlds outside of these 2 parts. For example, the world you've been to." Lu Chun frowned. "Go to the outer world? What for?" The worldly Taoist said, "We don't know the true face of Mount Lu because we're here. We've been cultivating in the 9 heavens for thousands of years, but we still don't know what the 9 heavens are. Is the Tao we're pursuing the Tao of heaven and earth? Or is it just the Tao of the Jiutian? We've never considered this before, but now we want to know the answer." When one's strength reached a certain level, the way they thought about things was different from before. They would think of ways to pursue the origin. Lu Chun looked at the 3, thought for a moment, and said, "But why do you have to find me? I'm not even an intermediate god now." The 3 looked at each other and laughed. "Lu Chun, how can we accept your words? How long have you been the 8th layer? How long have we been cultivating? Your current rate of growth is unprecedented. We chose you not only because of your great potential, but also because of your identity as the human emperor. There's a passage in the 8th layer that's said to lead to the outer world, but no one has ever been able to pass through it. You have too many special things about you. Perhaps you're the key to opening this door. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. Go to the outer world, and Lu Chun, you have a reason to go to the outer world. Don't forget, all the rumors say that the heavenless gods and demons don't exist. Will they appear in the outer world? After a long silence, Lu Chun took a deep breath. If I agree, what's in it for me? In addition to the information about the heavenless gods and demons, there's one more thing. Tai Xing smiled and looked at Lu Chun meaningfully. What life? Chapter 1462. Where's Mu Sheng? What's she like now? Lu Chun was practically using an interrogative tone. He was simply too anxious in his heart. Tai Xing said, I don't wish for you to think that we're using this to threaten you. I could tell you two things. Firstly, Mu Sheng's life isn't in danger. Secondly, she's no longer the Mu Sheng you know. Lu Chun widened his eyes. What do you mean? Tai Xing sighed. Her consciousness has already been erased. Lu Chun suddenly slumped onto the stone bench. Consciousness erased. In other words, even if Lu Chun found Mu Sheng, she might just be a root system of Hongming. She didn't know Lu Chun, nor did she know Yao. Or Mu Sheng no longer had her own consciousness. After a long while, Lu Chun weakly said, Is there a way to break it? They're the mutated beast, nightmare taper, in the man-eating dream realm. I'm afraid that's the only way to awaken Mu Sheng's memories. Lu Chun took a deep breath and didn't say anything else. He only asked, When will the exit to the heaven realm open? 5 years later. If you want to go, we can provide you with a place to cultivate, allowing your strength to improve in these 5 years. After all, the heaven realm is chaotic and filled with danger. Furthermore, Lu Chun, we're asking for your help. But there are people in the 8 factions who want your life as well. You're the safest here with us. Lu Chun looked at the 3 elders and asked, What kind of place can you provide for me to cultivate? We can send you to a low-grade god cultivation world. A day of cultivation there is equivalent to 10 days. Lu Chun slightly frowned and suddenly said, No need. I'll find a place to cultivate myself. I'll look for you in 5 years. When Lu Chun returned to the little wooden hut on the snowy mountain, the little critter and the rest immediately surrounded him. Lu Chun roughly explained the situation. Dad, those old fogies are really bad. They themselves can't go out, so they want you to go out. They themselves said that outer space is dangerous. The little beast said indignantly. Then it looked at Rhubarb. Rhubarb, the old man said that the Joqian people can't get out. I don't believe him. Then how did you fight the Lord God back then? I also created a crack to come in. Rhubarb answered. The little beast was a little embarrassed. Rhubarb's words seemed to confirm the words of the 3 Taoist elders. You used to be so fierce. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly now. Rhubarb also said, Let me emphasize again, I used to be the Black Devil Sovereign. However, boss, the outer world is boundless, and there are countless experts. It's too dangerous for you to go to the outer world with your current strength. Lu Chun, on the other hand, seemed very calm. If a negotiation this time was a competition, the 3 Taoist elders' trump cards were just too powerful. He had no chance of winning at all. No matter what they think, no matter how dangerous the outer world is, I must go, Lu Chun said calmly. I promise you that I'll bring his mother back to Earth. Rhubarb, do you know where the nightmare taper is? If I go to the outer world, I wonder if my old subordinates are still around and if they've betrayed me. If they're still around, it won't be difficult to find the nightmare taper. The little beast said with a frown. That's right. I forgot that Rhubarb is from the outer world. Didn't the Taoist elders say that there are people who want Dad's life? We can avoid them if we go to the outer world. If that's the case, the outer world seems to be a good place to go, Rhubarb said with a nod. There's something else that's very important. Lu Chun and the little beast looked at Rhubarb. Rhubarb said calmly, Furball's evolution. It's not a creature from the Joqian to begin with. All these years, it's eaten the most, but it's only increased its attributes. There's no qualitative change. The answer might be in the outer world. Squeak, 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 squeak. Furball said that it wanted to go to the outer world to take a look. After the discussion, they realized that going to the outer world this time might be an opportunity for them. The little beast asked, "Dad, it's fine if we go to the outer world, but why don't you accept their cultivation ground?" Although a cultivation speed of 1 to 10 isn't considered fast, the key is that we can maintain this cultivation speed for a long time. "We don't have a better cultivation ground now." Lu Chun shook his head. "There is." "Where?" "Inside the Holy Land," Lu Chun said with certainty. "The deeper you go into the core area of the heavenly opening Holy Land, the more abundant the chaos spiritual energy is. Moreover, there's a Heaven's Might rock in the Holy Land. I can absorb it directly. It's a great deal to find one. It's just that I have to take a look at the soul of the divine demon now." After thinking for a while, Lu Chun said, "Little beast, rhubarb, furball origin, you should go to the Holy Land with Yu Ming and the others. You can improve your strength while waiting for me." The little beast also knew that it might not be of much help in places like the Firmament Palace and the Ninth Underworld Devil Cave. "Dad, you have to be careful. Remember to act according to your ability." "I know." Early the next morning, Lu Chun went to the residence of the 3 elders of the Dao faction again and asked them for the transmission charm to 2 forbidden spiritual zones. The 3 elders were straightforward and gave the transmission charm to Lu Chun. "Lu Chun, this is a forbidden spiritual zone. We don't know what's inside, so remember not to barge in." Lu Chun agreed and pinched the transmission charm. He first arrived at the planet where the Firmament Palace was located. This planet was different from any other. There was no sun or moon, and the sky was chaotic. The starry sky was colorful, like a galaxy without a dome. A huge white vortex was spinning in front of him. It was 1,000 meters high and hundreds of meters wide, towering between heaven and earth. The vortex at the entrance of the cave was surging, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Other than that, this world seemed to be a barren world. It was as if this world existed only for this huge transmission gate. There was a stone tablet under Lu Chun's feet with a line of words written on it. The entrance to the Firmament Palace is where the ancient god resides. Gods are not allowed to enter. Ancient god? Lu Chun frowned slightly. The divine soul is here. Symbiosis of gods and demons. Dragon god form. Emptiness of gods and demon's arm. Lu Chun directly activated many statuses. He held the god-slaying spear and carefully approached the stone tablet. When he stepped into the inner test of the stone tablet, a bolt of lightning directly struck Lu Chun from the clouds at the entrance. Rumble. The lightning was so fast that Lu Chun could not dodge it in time. However, after the lightning flashed, Lu Chun found that although he was hit directly, he was unharmed. The lightning had disappeared, and even the scene at the entrance was much calmer. "Does this mean that I'm allowed to enter?" Lu Chun was not sure, but he continued to approach the entrance. When Lu Chun stood in front of the transmission gate, nothing unusual happened. "Forget it. Let's go in and take a look." Lu Chun took a deep breath, tiptoed, and shot directly toward the entrance of the Firmament Palace. After a familiar dizziness, Lu Chun opened his eyes. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. The world in front of him was colorful. It was not a picture, but a combination of many pictures. On the ground, a huge figure split the chaos with an axe. In the sky, a huge figure with a human body and a snake tail flew into the sky with a colorful crystal in its hand. A giant was chasing the red sun in the sky. A man emitting golden light held a huge bow and shot 8 arrows into the sky. Lu Chun's mind was in a mess. Pangu created heaven and earth. Nuam mended the sky. Kwafu chased the sun. Ho-E shot the sun. Chapter 1463. In this world, Lu Chun was as small as a black dot. Lu Chun entered the Firmament Palace, but was stunned by the scene in front of him. "This is the untainted world." Lu Chun's eyes were full of surprise. No, these things didn't happen at the same time. How could they appear here at the same time? The creation of the world and the mending of the sky obviously couldn't have happened at the same time. There was more than one Yuan here. One was mending the sky, and the other was creating humans by the river. Is this space-time turbulence? Lu Chen looked back. Fortunately, the exit was still there. Speaking of which, before entering the 8th level of heaven, the gods in Lu Chen's mind should be these people. At this moment, Nuwa filled the hole in the sky with the rainbow god stone. She turned around, flew down from the sky, and stopped in front of Lu Chen. Nuwa, goddess Nuwa. Lu Chen was a little nervous. If these legends were true, Nuwa was the creator of mankind. It was inappropriate to call her senior. However, in the space-time turbulence, could Nuwa see him? They should be in different space-time. Nuwa smiled and said gently, Lu Chen, we meet again. Well, not only could Nuwa see him, but she also remembered that they had met once before. I didn't expect you to reach the 8th level of heaven in such a short time, and Nuwa paused, her eyes falling on Lu Chen's chest badge. You came to the god realm as a human sovereign. Lu Chen's mind was still buzzing, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Chen, do you have a lot of questions? Yes, goddess Nuwa. Can you answer my questions? Nuwa smiled, and her body shrank from a huge half-snake, half-human to a human form similar to Lu Chen's. Finally, he didn't have to look up to speak. This is space-time turbulence. What you see now is what happened in the past. Nuwa and Lu Chen stood side by side, looking at the many scenes in front of them. The primal chaos, Pangu's creation of the heavens, the descent of the 3 sovereigns, and the birth of the human race, all of these have happened before. And we are all ancient gods. Ancient god, Lu Chen frowned. When a god falls, he becomes an ancient god. Nuwa said, Fallen. You guys have already fallen? But I've seen your war soul before. Like you said, it's a fighting soul. Nuwa smiled. Sometimes, a fighting soul can exist longer than the original body. Many things that cannot be done by the main body can be done by the war soul. With a loud bang, a huge rock on a distant mountain exploded, and a monkey jumped out from it. As soon as the monkey was born, it disappeared like a wisp of smoke. When Lu Chen saw this from afar, he couldn't help but gasp. He seemed to know what had happened to the stone monkey. Just as the rubble was about to explode, Nuwa raised her hand. A tiny piece of rubble shot over from the distance and was caught by Nuwa. Lu Chen, you need this, right? You and I have met twice, and it can be considered fate. Take this as my gift to you. It was said that the rock that gave birth to Sun Wukong was the divine, sky-mending stone. Divine sky-mending stone powder. It was one of the materials that Lu Chen needed to revive Xiao Min. This, thank you, goddess Nuwa. Nuwa smiled and threw the fine stone to Lu Chen. At this moment, Pangu, who had split open the heavens and earth, also noticed Lu Chen. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Chen. After looking at Lu Chen and Nuwa curiously, he shrank his body to about the same size as Lu Chen. Lu Chen was also paying attention to Pangu. His appearance seemed to have the characteristics of many races. His face was resolute, with some characteristics of the myriad spirit race. His body was muscular, and he was also the tallest among the gods. He was somewhat similar to the Titan race, with his arms reaching his knees, and also somewhat similar to the god descendant race. Nuwa, who is this? How can he enter the space-time turbulence without being affected? Nuwa bowed slightly to Pangu. Great god Pangu, this is a human from the future. When the space-time turbulence was chaotic, a fragment of the divine, sky-mending stone fell here when the monkey was born. My war soul went to look for it, and we met once. Pangu frowned slightly. So that's how it is. There are precedents for humans to become gods, but 3-star fiend god human emperor and a mutation? Pangu saw Lu Chen's level at a glance. Human emperor, if I remember correctly, no human has reached this level after my death. Nuwa nodded. That's right. In the past 3,500 years, the highest level human was a 9-star immortal venerable. Pangu nodded. So kid, you're walking the path of extreme human Tao? But what's with this mutation of yours? Lu Chen was a little embarrassed. Senior, Pangu, something happened when I was transcending my tribulation. I didn't succeed, but I didn't fail either. I went from a 9-star monarch to an 18-star monarch, and then I entered the Six Paths illusory realm and broke through to the human emperor realm. Pangu frowned slightly. So you had such a miraculous experience. Interesting, interesting. You have 7 pieces of Fiend God Fate Reversal on you. Your mental cultivation method is at the 8th stage, and you've reached the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations of the Fiend God. So, you're looking for the soul of a Fiend God, aren't you? Pangu scanned Lu Chen's situation with a single glance. Lu Chen cupped his fists. That's right. If Senior Pangu is willing to tell me the whereabouts of the soul, Lu Chen will be eternally grateful. Pangu laughed heartily. Ha, kid, you've gone through so many hardships to finally reach this point. It really hasn't been easy. It's not impossible for you to want the soul, but you have to tell me why you didn't hesitate to enter the space-time turbulence to search for the soul of a Fiend God. Pangu's smile faded as he looked at Lu Chen with a serious expression. Lu Chen took a deep breath. These 2 great gods were unfathomable. He'd better tell them the truth. Senior Pangu, I'm doing it for power, Lu Chen said. I want to collect the Fiend God Fate Reversal set and ascend to the peak of Jiutian. Ascend to the peak of Jiutian. Pangu narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. So, you're just a person who only knows how to pursue power. Pangu snorted coldly, his attitude instantly turning cold. If you want to become stronger, go cultivate yourself. Lu Chen's heart tightened. Pangu was dissatisfied with his answer. Judging from Pangu's tone, Pangu should know where the soul was. It might even be on Pangu's body. Seeing that Pangu was about to turn and leave, Lu Chen suddenly shouted, Senior Pangu, please wait. Is the divine soul with you? Pangu stopped and slowly turned to look at Lu Chen. Yes, since I said I'm not giving it to you, why? Do you want to snatch it? Saying this, Pangu turned around and a silver ball of light appeared in his arms. He put the ball of light beside his feet and looked at Lu Chen. This is the soul you want. You won't be forcibly drawn into the space-time turbulence from where you're standing now. However, if you dare to take another step forward, once you step into the turbulence with your cultivation, you'll never be able to leave here. Don't you want the soul? Then come and take it. Lu Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the ball of light on the ground. Senior Pangu, is there really no other choice? No, I never go back on my words. Pangu looked at Lu Chen indifferently. Chapter 1464. If you don't dare this time, then you'll never get the divine soul. Pangu just looked at Lu Chen quietly. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly dodged and rushed directly into the out-of-control turbulence. Even Pangu and Yuhua didn't expect that Lu Chen would rush into the divine soul so decisively. This kid, Pangu's eyes widened. According to common sense, shouldn't he think for a long time? Why did this guy rush over without even thinking? Time war. Pangu shouted and raised his hand. A wall suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. He couldn't dodge in time and crashed into the wall. In an instant, Lu Chen found himself back to the starting point. This is a space-time skill. Lu Chen looked at Pangu in disbelief. Pangu glared at Lu Chen. It's not a space-time skill. It's the comprehension of the heavenly Tao. You stinking brat. Why don't you act according to common sense? If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, you would have been swept to God knows where. Lu Chen answered honestly. Didn't Senior Pangu say that if I don't dare this time, I'll never get the divine soul? Even if I enter the space-time turbulence, since you two can come out from it, there must be a way out. I can only try. You're really bold. Pangu shook his head. Our strength, in your eyes, is it so easy to reach? Lu Chen didn't know how to answer. It seemed that he had accidentally offended a big shot. Nuwa smiled. Great God, Pangu, this child's heart is as firm as metal. He must have a reason to become stronger. I think we should give the divine soul to him. Pangu looked at Nuwa. You seem to think highly of him. Is it because he's a human? Nuwa shook her head. All races are equal in my eyes. However, since the last time we met, I've been paying attention to him for a period of time. He's a little different from ordinary people. It is very difficult to find someone who can cultivate to this day without forgetting their original intentions and have a clear conscience. Panga looked at Nuwa and pondered for a moment. Even you praise him so much. This person should be worth trusting. However, the fate-defying fiend god is of great importance. Among them, heavenless fiend god has disappeared for 10,000 years. I'm still a little worried. Hey, Lu Chun, do you have time recently? Huh? Lu Chun was a little confused. Why did Pangu make it sound like he was inviting him to watch a movie? I am going to outer space to help the Tao gods in 5 years. I'm also looking for the nightmare taper. If I can get the god fiend's soul this time, I'll head to the Genesis Holy Land to cultivate immediately. Lu Chun explained his schedule. Panga frowned. A day here is a year in the outside world. What? Lu Chun's eyes widened. He had been here for some time. Didn't that mean that 1 or 2 months had passed in the outside world? Time was of the essence for Lu Chun now. Panga waved his hand and said impatiently, "What's the rush? Isn't it just cultivating in the Genesis Holy Land? I'm the one who created that place." Although that was what he said, it did not seem to help Lu Chun at all. Going to outer space in 5 years. Let me think. Pangu stroked his chin. In other words, I'll have to go out for about 30 days. 30 days is still doable. I should be able to hold on. After thinking it through, Pangu said to Lu Chun, "Kid, if you want to integrate the God Fiend's soul, just having the God Fiend's soul isn't enough. You need to synthesize 2 souls. The conditions for synthesizing are extremely harsh. Once there's a mistake, it'll cause the 2 extremes to be unbalanced. In serious cases, it'll cause chaos to return. This is no joke. You have the God Fiend's heavenly might and the chaos spirit core. Theoretically, you can indeed integrate 2 souls, but your ability isn't enough. How about this? I'll go out and cultivate with you for 30 years. I'll come back after you've successfully synthesized the God Fiend soul." Lu Chen's eyes widened. Panga wanted to go out with him? But I have to make it clear first. I can only accompany you for 30 years. If you haven't reached the level of a high-level deity by then, I'll take back my soul. This is also a test I'm giving you. 30 years to reach the level of a high-level deity? Lu Chen blinked his eyes. Senior Pangu, how many stars does the strength of a high-level deity correspond to in the human sovereign realm? How would I know? Generally speaking, there have been a few human sovereigns in the past. At that time, a 9-star human sovereign was roughly equivalent to a 9-star lesser deity. But you're abnormal. How would I know how many stars are abnormal? Senior, I'm not abnormal. I'm a mutant. What's the difference? Your form has changed. Isn't that abnormal? It seemed that the abnormal that the great god Panga spoke of was not the abnormal that Lu Chen understood. It just sounded a little awkward. Forget it, whatever the great god said. Anyway, when the time comes, I'll tell you how many high-level deities you defeat. After Panga finished speaking, he looked at Nuwa. Nuwa, while I'm out, help me keep an eye on things. Got it, great god Pangu. Nuwa smiled slightly. It's just that, with your temper, you'd better control it when you go out. Don't make too much noise. Also, change your appearance so that you won't be recognized. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when the time comes, the 8 levels of heaven will change. Panga thought about it and felt that it made sense. He glanced at Lu Chun. With a wave of his hand, his appearance had already changed into a human form, and there was an additional badge on his chest. What level should I write? Panga looked at Nuwa. Nuwa thought about it. How about a 1-star mid-level deity? Okay. Then, Pangu directly engraved 1-star mid-level deity on the badge. Title. Panga looked at Lu Chen's badge and wrote God and Demon. Immortal title. Panga scratched his head. How troublesome. De Zhuang. Soon, Panga finished writing his badge. 1-star mid-level deity, God Demon de Zhuang. Lu Chen's face darkened. Panga had plagiarized his title, and he had actually given such a retarded immortal title. God Demon de Zhuang. What kind of weird name was this? Great God Pangu, what was your original level? My level? The Jiuqian doesn't have the qualifications to define my level. Pangu said rather domineeringly. All right, let's not waste any more time here. Let's go and return early. Did you get the demonic soul? Not yet, Lu Chun said. Then let's go to the 9 underworlds. God Demon de Zhuang was even more anxious than Lu Chun. He directly walked out of the exit. Lu Chun, Nuwa called out to Lu Chun. Lu Chun turned back in surprise. Does Empress Nuwa have any other instructions? Did your father mention anything about your mother to you? No. Actually, I haven't met my father yet. If I can go to the Skyspan prison, I'd like to ask him about my mother. Lu Chun thought for a moment, then asked, Empress Nuwa, why are you asking about my mother? Do you know something? Nuwa shook her head. I'm not sure either, but you seem to be different from ordinary people. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. Hurry up and go. Don't let great God Pango wait too long. Lu Chun thought this was the case. He once more cupped his fists towards Nuwa. Many thanks for the gift, Empress Nuwa. Words cannot express my gratitude. Farewell, Lu Chun. Chapter 1465. After coming out of the Firmament Palace, De Zhuang was waiting for Lu Chun at the exit. Nuwa's hesitant look made Lu Chun worried. Seeing Pangu, he said subconsciously, Senior Pangu. You silly boy, don't call me Pangu. If others hear it, won't my disguise be in vain? Lu Chun came back to his senses. Oh, then I'll call you Senior De Zhuang? Yes, sure. Okay, Senior De Zhuang. Let's go to the 9th Hell Cave now. Wait. De Zhuang suddenly interrupted Lu Chun. I know you're anxious, but there are some things we have to make clear to avoid trouble in the future. Lu Chun nodded. De Zhuang nodded. My main purpose of coming out this time is to guard the divine soul and supervise you in synthesizing the divine soul. As for other things, I don't care. So, don't expect me to help you fight, and don't expect me to give you pointers. If you face any danger, or even die, I won't save you. You solve your own problems. If you die halfway, or can't reach the superior god level in 30 years, I'll take back the divine soul. Lu Chun was slightly disappointed. It seemed that Pangu was here to supervise him, not to help him. However, Lu Chun soon figured it out. He didn't expect anyone to help him from the beginning. It was already unexpected that he could get the divine soul so easily. Lu Chun cupped his fists and said, Lu Chun will remember. Well, very good. Let's go. Pangu nodded with satisfaction. The two teleported directly to the 9th Hell Cave teleportation formation. Lu Chun took the lead and entered the entrance, followed by De Zhuang leisurely. Stepping into the teleportation formation, Lu Chun saw a chaotic land in front of him. There was no distinction between heaven and earth. There was not a single person in sight. The endless darkness was daunting. As soon as Lu Chun entered, a voice came from the black fog. It's you, Pangu. The voice was thick and full of resentment and anger. De Zhuang crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the chaos in front of him indifferently. Hey, Chaos Demon God, your place is still so foul. Even the little fellow can't see your place clearly. It's actually a place where the turbulence is out of control. The voice sounded again. What a joke. Before you created the world, my world was eternal chaos and darkness. Don't try to change the topic. You're just a passerby, yet you actually came to the 9th Hell Devil Cave and even changed your appearance. 1-star intermediate god, Fiend de Zhuang? You, what do you want to do? Pangu shrugged and ignored him. Soon, the owner of the voice turned his attention to Lu Chun. The 7 pieces of life, reversing demon, and god soul is also in this kid's possession. Pangu, you're here for the devil's soul. Pangu finally spoke. Looks like you're not too stupid. Pangu, you actually gave the devil's soul to him. Pangu said back then, that person placed the god and demon souls in the Firmament Palace and the 9th Hell Devil Cave and asked you and me to watch over them. He said that if we found someone we could entrust them to, we would give them to that person. Now, I'm just doing what I promised. Ha ha. I'm afraid there are only a handful of people who can catch your eye, Chaos Demon God said. I don't think much of them. A mere human emperor is not worthy of my attention. It was Nuwa who recommended them to me. I trust her judgment. Human emperor, what a long time ago, Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke rolled, and a figure emerged from the black smoke. When the figure approached Lu Chun, even Lu Chun could not see his face. It was as if the figure standing in front of him was just a pure black figure. 3-star wild god and demon human emperor mutated. The figure directly saw through Lu Chen's spiritual power fog and read out Lu Chen's badge. "Oh, I'm a human. Interesting." Lu Chen hurriedly said, Senior, can you give me the demonic soul? If you need to complete any challenges, Lu Chen will do his best." The black figure was silent for a moment. He slowly raised his hand, and a cloud of black air appeared in his hand. "This is the demonic soul you want. I can give you the demonic soul, but I need to leave with you. Compared to any challenges, I'm more interested in the fact that Pangu gave you the divine soul. What's so special about you?" Lu Chun was shocked. You're giving it to me just like that?" At this time, Pangu suddenly shouted, "No, I don't want to go with you." Chaos Demon God snorted, "Pangu, are you afraid of me? Afraid of you? You're just a loser. What's there to be afraid of?" Pangu said angrily, "I just don't like you. Is there a problem? Then all the more I want to go with you." Pangu gasped, "You're a Chaos Demon God. Can't you have some self-respect? I'm happy to make you unhappy. Believe it or not, I'll kill you." "Pangu, do you think I'm afraid of you? Outside the space-time turbulence, you can't hurt me, and I can't hurt you. So you can't do anything to me." You. Fine, you go. I won't go." A god of creation actually went back on his words. What an eye-opener. I've already said that you're just a despicable person who takes advantage of others. Human boy, in the future, you must tell everyone that Pangu is trash. Chaos. When you and I fought, we naturally used our strengths to attack each other's weaknesses. You're not as good as others, so you say I took advantage of others? You're really a loser. Pangu, what did you say? Don't think I'm really afraid of you. You want to fight, right? Come on. I've tolerated you for a long time. As he spoke, Pangu seemed to be about to draw out a weapon. Where's my heaven-splitting axe? You can't take it out, right? Fine. I'll beat you with my bare hands. Lu Chun held his forehead. What's the meaning of these two gods? Why are they quarreling? One was a god of creation, the other was a god of chaos. This hatred might have lasted for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Lu Chun didn't want to persuade them, but the problem was that the chaos demon god hadn't given him the demonic soul. Air, can you listen to me? Lu Chun had no choice but to speak. Senior Pangu, didn't you say you're only responsible for guarding the divine soul and supervising me to synthesize the demonic soul? Why do you want to fight with others? If I can't get the demonic soul, isn't it because of you? Senior Chaos Demonic Celestial, as you said just now, neither of you can defeat the other here. Since you can't reach a conclusion, why waste time? You should let go of the things that happened so many years ago. Now that Pangu was suddenly mentioned in this way, it seemed to make sense. He said he wouldn't help Lu Chun, but he couldn't be more of a hindrance. The Chaos Demon God had no reason to fight. His purpose was to annoy Pangu, not to fight. Pangu snorted, "Forget it, boy, do as you see fit." Lu Chun thought for a while and said, "Senior Chaos Demon God, do you have to follow me? Of course, although you have a chance to succeed, the probability is still very low. If you fail, chaos will come again and give birth to a new Chaos Demon God, and I will have no hope of being reborn. So, when you fail, I have to take back the demonic soul in time." Good heavens, the Chaos Demon God didn't just want to annoy Pangu. It seemed that the Chaos Demon God also had his own mission. Lu Chun seemed to have to take these two gods with him. Chapter 1466. When Lu Chun came out of 9 underworlds, there was another person behind him. It was also a human male, but Chaos Fiend Celestial's appearance was much more exquisite than Pangu's. Not only was he handsome, but he also had a hint of evil charm. The human appearance was a universal aesthetic standard. Now that 9 underworlds was so eye-catching, it was probably difficult to keep a low profile. Logically speaking, Pangu and Chaos Fiend Celestial could transform into whatever they wanted. However, the name he came up with gave Lu Chun a headache. 1-star intermediate god, god fiend martial. It was fine if he was alone, but when he was with Pangu, he was god fiend Zhuang, god fiend martial. They were like family. It also made Lu Chen's god fiend human emperor look especially different and a little like a pirated version. Lu Chun could not control the great god's temper. Both of them said that they would not help Lu Chun. Great gods at their level did not care about the success or failure of a mortal like Lu Chun. They only cared about the fusion process of the god fiend's souls and guarding them. You're neither a man nor a woman. You have no masculinity at all. De Zhuang was criticizing Marshall, but his tone was slightly sour. I'm happy to. Marshall looked proud. Who's like you? You look like a brute with nothing but brute strength. You're not interesting at all. Whatever you say. Anyway, I want to get you back then. Trash who takes advantage of others' difficulties. A loser who lost to me. Lu Chun sighed. If it weren't for the fact that these two people's identities were too terrifying, he really wanted to kick them both away. It seemed that he would have to deal with the bickering of these two fellows for a long time. Fortunately, he had obtained the god fiend souls. As for how to fuse them in the future, the two of them would probably give him pointers when he was strong enough. Speaking of pointers, Lu Chun could not help but think of a plan. The two behind him were not ordinary people. If he could get their help, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, both of them said that they were not willing to help Lu Chun. He wondered if there was a way to make them change their minds. Forget it. He would talk about this later. He should go back and find Little Beast first. When they arrived at the small town outside the heaven-splitting Holy Land, Lu Chun was already on guard. The three elders of the Dao faction had said that there were still some people who wanted to take his life. Although Lu Chun didn't know who the other party was and why they wanted to kill him, he was still more vigilant. There were too many people here, so he had to be careful. Lu Chun had already sent a sound transmission to Bone Ghost, so they should be coming out of the splitting Heaven Holy Land soon. Senior to Zhuang, Senior to Shuai, we will wait for our friends here. Lu Chun did not forget to remind the two people behind him. The two of them didn't take it seriously and just chatted among themselves. Who would have thought that the place where I killed you all those years ago would become the holy land of cultivation in the Jiuqian? De Zhuang shook his head and sighed. The great general coldly snorted. You speak as if you didn't fall. After you fell, you became mountains and rivers, while I gave birth to this heaven-opening holy land. Your body gives birth to mortals, while I allow gods to cultivate and improve. Is there still a need to mention the difference between us? Didn't gods come from mortals as well? Besides, the true source of spiritual energy in the splitting heaven-holy land isn't your body, but the chaos of the universe. You are just a product of the chaos of the universe. To put it bluntly, you are the same as those chaos beasts, just a little bit higher in level. The demon god finally couldn't hold it in anymore and said angrily, Don't compare me to those chaos beasts. I am the god here. Pangu chuckled. You're angry, you're angry. Hee hee. I suddenly realized that it's not bad to travel with you. You. What? Fight? Hey, Lu Chun, Nine Nether wants to hit me. It's not me who caused trouble. Ask him. Lu Chun took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the idea of returning the two souls to the two of them, and then stuffing them back into the Firmament Palace and the Nine Nether Demon Cave. It's all in the past. Seniors, don't fight anymore. Lu Chun said helplessly. At that moment, Bone Ghost and the others finally came out. As soon as they saw Lu Chun, Little Beast and the others rushed over. Lu Chun had only been in the two space-time turbulences for a few hours, but a few months had passed in the outside world. Little Beast was about to say something when it suddenly realized that there were strangers behind Lu Chun. It immediately became vigilant. Dad, who are they? Lu Chun said, Well, I guess they're companions. They will travel with us for a while. Anyway, don't worry about them. This was the first time Little Beast had heard its father introduce its companions in this way. Little Beast immediately realized that something was wrong and looked at the two of them carefully. Big Zhuang also looked at Little Beast and the others with interest. An origin beast deity, a heaven and earth spirit, a Stygian demon Tengu that once had the combat strength of a paragon, and a god-devouring rat. Good fellow. Little Lu Chun, your battle pets are quite strong, Big Zhuang said. 4 battle pets. All 4 of them are top-level battle pets. Big Zhuang was also astonished. It's a pity that their growth is not complete. The Stygian demon Tengu has lost its cultivation and needs more training. Big Zhuang could tell the identities of the 4 beasts at a glance. He could even tell that Rhubarb had once reached the paragon level. Clearly, these 2 were not ordinary people. Netherworld, Withered Claw, and Bone Ghost cupped their fists towards the 2 and greeted them briefly. Then, they said to Lu Chun, Brother Du Quang, it's not safe outside. Let's exchange for some supplies and enter the sacred land as soon as possible. Wait, Lu Chun said. This time, we'll enter the sacred land. The sacred land? Netherworld's eyes widened. But the sacred land requires 5-star lower gods and above to enter. The difference between our ranks is too great. That's right, Brother Du Quang. Logically speaking, with you around, we do have the strength to kill primal chaos beasts. However, you don't know that the competition between the 8 gods is very intense. It's not uncommon for teams to kill each other. The sacred land was suitable for gods below 5-star lower gods. Currently, most people did not join the 8-god system. Netherworld and the others would even look for people from other races to supplement their team members. However, once they entered the sacred land, where the 8 gods were distinct, it was a completely different matter. Everyone says that the heaven-splitting sacred land starts from the sacred land's inner region. That's the real place for training. The outer region is just a small matter, Netherworld emphasized again. Lu Chun said firmly. Only the sacred land's inner region has divine might stones. To me, safety is no longer the #1 priority. Efficiency is. Then Lu Chun looked at Bone Ghost and the other 2. Actually, you don't have to follow me. I'm going to take risks. Brother Quang, are you looking down on us because we're weak? Bone Ghost's eyes dimmed. Bone Ghost, you've misunderstood. You've already helped me a lot. At this time, most people would want to draw a clear line with me, but you're still willing to help. I, Lu Chun, am already very grateful. The Dao faction's 3 elders said that there are many people who want to harm me. I'm afraid that if you get too close to me, I'll drag you down instead. Yu Ming laughed heartily. Brother Lone Quang, you're treating us as outsiders. You've just made these 2 friends, but I've never seen you act so courteously with them. So, why are you acting so distant with us? In the divine domain, aside from the 3 of us who became gods together, wanting to make a new friend is something we didn't even dare to think about in the past. Since we're fated to meet, we naturally won't let you take risks alone. Hearing Netherworld and the others say this, Lu Chun felt a warmth in his heart. That's right. Being able to make friends at the 8th heaven was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past. Since they were friends, there was no reason for them to get off halfway. Thinking of this, Lu Chun's fighting spirit was reignited. He took a deep breath. All right, then let's go to the sacred land's inner region together. No matter who tries to harm us, we'll make them lose everything. Chapter 1467. The entrance to the split heaven's holy land wasn't here. Lu Chun followed Yu Ming and the others to a larger town. This is the split heaven's holy city. The 8 factions have a base here, and they have spies here. We need to enter the holy land as soon as possible. Yu Ming quickened his pace. Withered Claw said to Lu Chun, Brother Du Quang, have you been to a 2-star god world where the god of the hunt believed in? Yes, the god of the hunt has fallen. It seems to be the work of the heavenly shrine. What? Lu Chun's heart tightened. When you weren't around, the people from the heavenly shrine went to the world where the 3 of us believed in to look for you. However, we have been training in the Holy Land. Otherwise, we would have been captured and interrogated by them. We wouldn't have had a good ending. Lu Chun frowned. They might have wanted to find out Lu Chun's whereabouts from the god of the hunt, but the god of the hunt didn't know where Lu Chun had gone. He didn't know if this was the reason why the heavenly shrine killed him. Now, He could confirm that the heavenly shrine belonged to the Death faction. They were not of the same faction as the Tao faction that lured him to the Battle of the Gods. Now that the heavenly shrine had been looking for him aggressively, their attitude was completely different from the Tao factions. It was probably not a good thing, who in the heavenly shrine was so determined to find him. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of the Holy Land. There were a total of 4 teleportation portals here. To enter, one had to pay 10 mid-grade chaos cores or 100 low-grade chaos cores. Yu Ming, Withered Claw, and Bone Demon pooled together and paid the fee. However, when they were pooling the chaos cores, Lu Chen noticed that there were a few gazes around them, intentionally or unintentionally. The surrounding teams were all paying mid-grade chaos cores. They were the only ones who paid low-grade chaos cores. It was clear that someone had already begun to set their sights on their team. The guard sneered and looked at Lu Chun and the others with a strange smile. It was as if he was looking at a group of people who were about to die, but couldn't be bothered to tell them that danger was approaching. After paying the fee, Lu Chun and the others entered the portal. The inner part of the Holy Land had been formed for a much longer time than the outer part. The elements here had intersected for many years, forming a world of its own. Light mountains, rivers, and even forests. Compared to the periphery of the Holy Land, it was more like a vast natural world. This was the first time the group of people had seen the interior of the Holy Land, and they couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. I didn't expect the inside of the Holy Land to be like this. Withered Claw sighed. Even after becoming a god for 100 years, there are still things in this world that we cannot imagine. Perhaps this is where the charm of Jiuqian lies. De Zhuang couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It was rare for the marshal to not argue with De Zhuang. Instead, he frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. Shouldn't it be devouring everything? Why is it like this? Yu Ming said in a low voice, "Everyone, don't delay at the entrance. Someone has already targeted us. Bone Demon, leave some bone dust behind so we can know if anyone is following us." Bone Demon was a little hesitant. He stole a glance at Lu Chun. Big brother Kwang didn't seem to like him turning into a skeleton. But at this time, safety was the most important thing. Bone Demon gritted his teeth and turned his back to Lu Chun. He did some small movements, and after turning around, some white powder appeared in his hands. As they walked, Bone Demon rubbed the white powder on the tree trunks, sprinkled it on the ground, and scattered it in the water. "Bone Demon, what is this?" Lu Chun asked curiously. Bone Demon lowered his head and said softly, It's bone dust. It can be used to monitor the movements of the wind and grass here. I can sense the changes in the bone dust within a certain range and judge the movements of the surroundings." Lu Chun nodded. "I see." Seeing that Big Brother Kwang didn't have any special reaction, Bone Demon was slightly relieved. Lu Chun and the group had already gone deep into the forest. Not long after, another group of people appeared at the entrance. That group of people just now seemed to have a 2-star lower deity as the highest. What do you think they are here for? Of course they are here to die. Since they are here to die, why don't we give them a hand? 3 from the undead race. It is said that the bones of the bone race of the undead race are a rare material for refining weapons and puppets. Moreover, the undead race also has a special medicine. As long as the bones are preserved, there is a chance of rebirth. The undead race is rare to begin with. Moreover, they have not added 8 elements to them. Killing them would be 100 kills. I heard that if you dual cultivate with a woman from the undead race, you will have a chance to understand life and death. Is that true? I don't know. We will know once we try. But I noticed that there are 3 people in their group. I can't sense their divinity. Didn't they say that Solipsistic came to the 8th heaven? He doesn't seem to have any divinity. Do you think it could be Solipsistic in the others? Who knows? If it is true, then we have done a great service. Stop talking and catch up with them quickly. At another entrance, a group of heavenly fiend race gods observed their surroundings. Lord Gongming, Solipsistic, entered the sacred land 1 step ahead of us. He entered from the west entrance. A red-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly. We finally caught him. Release the hell dog. The main group will arrive soon. Not only will the people from the heavenly shrine be looking for him, but the other elements will also not let go of this opportunity. Our group is in a favorable position. We have to take Solipsistic's life. Solipsistic, you're really not afraid of death. You brought a few motley crew into the sacred land? Well then, my hunt will officially begin now. Lu Chun and the others did not know that not long after they entered the sacred land, groups and groups of people rushed into the sacred land. In a short period of time, the number of people who entered the sacred land on this day exceeded the total number of people who entered in the past few months. Although Netherworld and the others had low levels, they had rich experience hunting chaos beasts. Together with the rhubarb continent, Lu Chun and the others went deep into the forest. Big Brother Netherworld, Big Brother Kwong, I don't know why, but we have discovered that there are more than 10 groups following our tracks. Bone Demon suddenly said, "What?" Netherworld frowned. He had long known that there were people targeting them. However, he also thought that at most, only a few groups would really come to attack them. Together with the 4 entrances, there might only be 1 or 2 groups following behind them. In the end, there were more than 10 groups following them from just their entrance. Could it be a coincidence? Witherclaw said, "Impossible. We have been changing our direction along the way. How could they be so coincidental and follow our path?" Netherworld immediately rejected this possibility. Lu Chun frowned. More than 10 groups. Together with the other 3 entrances, the number of people would increase by several times. It should be known that the gods who came to the sacred land were usually higher than a 5-star lower god. There are even many experts. There are so many people chasing us. We can't stop now. Continue walking. Lu Chan said in a low voice. De Zhuang blinked his eyes. This kid is quite likable. He attracted so many people the moment he came back. De Shuai snorted coldly. I didn't expect that there would be a good show to watch the moment we came out. Interesting. Chapter 1468. Boss, there are a lot of chaos beasts in front. We can't go around them. At this moment, Rhubarb sent a piece of bad news. Yuming looked at Lu Chun and said, "Why don't we split up? Withered Claw, Bone Demon, and I will lure them away. That way, you will have a better chance." "No way," Lu Chun said decisively. They could even kill the god of hunting, not to mention Yu Ming and the others who had teamed up with him many times. "We can't split up." Lu Chun stood where he was and frowned. He was thinking hard about a solution. We don't know how strong they are. If there were only 1 or 2 teams, we might have a chance. However, there are so many of them. Also, I am sure that there are people coming from other directions as well. Time was of the essence, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Lu Chun, Yu Ming, Withered Claw, and Bone Demon were anxious. Only De Zhuang and De Shuai were calm. After all, this had nothing to do with them. Lu Chun glanced at the 2 of them and saw that they were studying the trees. Lu Chun was just looking at them casually. However, when he saw the 2 of them, he suddenly had an idea. If there was a chance, Pangu and Nine Nether would be the biggest chance in the team. However, the 2 of them said that they wouldn't help Lu Chun even if he died here. However, if they were the ones in danger, these 2 great gods wouldn't just sit there and wait for their deaths, right? Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. A vicious plan had already appeared in his mind. "Got it. Yu Ming, Withered Claw, Bone Demon, come here." Lu Chun led the 3 of them to a small forest at the side and formed a circle. De Zhuang and De Shuai turned around and saw that they were still discussing a plan. They didn't take it to heart and continued to observe the surrounding plants. "I didn't expect that instead of being devoured by the chaos, you would be assimilated. That's really unexpected. If I didn't kill you with my axe back then, you might have been able to benefit the world. Can you not mention that you chopped me to death with your axe?" "Hee. I was just telling the truth. However, I don't know how that kid is going to resolve the current situation. With his strength, I don't think he has a chance." That goes without saying. The abilities of the Chaos Bees here are roughly equivalent to that of a 6-star lower deity to a 5-star middle deity. No matter how strong that lad is, he can't possibly survive in such a situation. It looks like I have to return to my 9th underworld devil cave. Although the two of them hated each other, their strength was on par with each other, their horizons were similar, and their standpoints were almost the same. They could quickly reach a consensus and chat. However, just as the two of them were preparing to watch a good show, they suddenly realized that there was no sound behind them. They looked back and suddenly realized that there were only the two of them left. What's going on? Where are they? Pangu was astonished. Netherworld, you're a chaos demonic god. You don't even know that they've escaped. What right do you have to talk about me? You're a god of creation, yet you were thrown down by someone. Is it embarrassing? No. How did they manage to run away from us? With their mediocre skills, how could any movement skills, spirit, energy fluctuations escape my notice? The two of them looked at each other and suddenly came to a realization. The two of them said in unison, they didn't use spirit energy. Then they definitely haven't run far. Quick, chase them. The figures of the two great gods moved and disappeared without a trace. In a nearby cave, for people were lying side by side. It was as if they were dead, and they weren't even breathing. About 40 minutes later, Lu Chen's finger moved. After waiting for a few minutes, Netherworld, Bone Claw, and Bone Demon moved together. Lu Chen sighed. The death pill of your undead clan is too powerful. Just a few minutes ago, when I was waiting for you to wake up, I could only sense the weak spirit energy in your bodies. It was no different from dirt and stone. I thought that you were really dead. Netherworld held his forehead. Brother Du Quang, didn't you ask us for the strongest method to hide spirit energy? I don't want to use this thing a second time. The four people squeezed in the narrow cave started to whisper. Bone Demon, they should have left. It's been so long. Lu Chen whispered. Bone Dust, they appeared about 15 kilometers away. It seems that they have already encountered a group of pursuers. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, they hadn't discovered him. In fact, they hadn't run far. They had only quietly hidden in a nearby cave. It was almost impossible to escape from under the eyes of these two great gods. He had to use some underhanded methods. Brother Du Quang, isn't it a little inappropriate for us to trick your two friends like this? Netherworld was still brooding. Lu Chen shook his head and said, Don't worry, they're fine. Their pursuit will definitely cause a commotion. At that time, someone saw them with me. As long as they appear, they will naturally attract the attention of the other teams. There are only two of them. The other side should have several hundred people. Moreover, there should be intermediate gods among them. Brother Du Quang, are you sure they're fine? Withered Claw was still somewhat worried. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry. Although the strength of these two people can't be estimated using common sense, and I don't know their exact strength, I have seen to Zhuang's comprehension of the heavenly Tao. I think that the two of them will have no problem dealing with these people. Let's not go out for now. When the battle starts and the commotion becomes big, it will be our chance. De Zhuang and the marshal searched for a long time, but couldn't find Lu Chen and the others. Strange, without using spiritual energy, how could they have run 15 kilometers? It doesn't make sense. De Zhuang's face was filled with doubt. We've searched everywhere. It's really strange. The marshal frowned. They couldn't have been kidnapped by someone else, right? That's possible. Forget it. Let's not search anymore. Let's just find someone and ask. Pangu shook his head. At this moment, a small team suddenly rushed out of the forest in front of them. There were 7 people in total, and they were looking at Zhuang and the marshal smugly. Ha 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 ha. You two are indeed useless. We've been following you for so long, and you didn't notice? We've already received accurate information earlier. The guy with you is the solipsistic. Haha, we've struck gold this time. What's solipsistic? Look at his friends who are trash. You, hiss. Can't you feel the divinity? Don't tell me that the two of you are also human emperors? TSK. Human emperors, I can't participate in the battle of the gods. If I could, a 9-star lower deity would teach that solipsistic how to be a good person on the spot. Tell us, where is the solipsistic? Tell us, and we'll leave you with an intact corpse. If you don't, we'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. De Zhuang and the marshal looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. How many years had it been since anyone dared to talk to them like this? Today, they actually encountered it. To be honest, this kind of experience was really quite special. It was quite refreshing. Of course, they knew that someone was following them, but they didn't take it to heart. Finding someone was more important. Who cared if someone was following them? However, the other party had come at the right time. They were just about to find someone to ask about the situation. You go. De Zhuang's face was full of disdain. Didn't you kill people for fun in the past? Why should I listen to you? I'm not going. You go. The marshal stood there with his arms crossed. He looked like he wouldn't do anything even if he was beaten to death. Pangu also crossed his arms. Then let's be killed together. Chapter 1469. Neither De Zhuang nor the marshal was willing to submit to the other. However, in the eyes of the enemy, their quarrel had become a naked insult. I think you're tired of living. I'll chop you into pieces. The 9-star lower deity was furious. He drew his sword and charged over. De Zhuang sneaked a glance at that person's path and immediately felt that something was amiss. It seemed like he was coming for him. If he made the first move, wouldn't he lose to 9 gloom? The 9-star lower deity was not weak either. In an instant, he was in front of Pangu and roared, "I'll kill one of you first. Let's see how arrogant you can be in front of me." With that, he stabbed his sword at Pangu's heart. With a loud bang, the spiritual energy was violent, and the aftermath was vast and mighty. Immediately after, a figure was instantly sent flying and crashed through the rock wall. The spiritual energy dissipated, and everyone was shocked to see that the burly man was still standing there with his arms crossed over his chest. If this guy was not sent flying, then who was the one who was sent flying? Everyone hurriedly looked at the rubble, but that person had already sunk into the depths of the rock wall and disappeared without a trace. De Zhuang shook his head and said to the others, "You guys have seen clearly. I definitely did not make a move." The group was extremely shocked and could not believe their eyes. He stood there and took a hit from a 9-star lower deity without even opening his spiritual shield. Not only was he unharmed, he even sent a 9-star lower deity flying? What kind of strength was this? It was simply unheard of. If it were any other time, they might have run away. However, these two people were standing there without moving. They really had no intention of making a move. The other 9-star lower deity hesitated for a long time before his gaze finally fell on the marshal. He said to his companion, "Don't panic. If these two are really lords or experts of a higher level, there's no way we haven't heard of them." What this person said was true. Not to mention lords, which one of the upper deities was not a super expert. At their current level, how could they not recognize them? With this person's words, the already panicked morale of the army calmed down. The two of them seemed to be fighting for face, but think about it. Who would dare to play such a game in a life and death situation? There must be something strange about them. Their bickering is just a show for us. In fact, it's just a show. Let's not be deceived by appearances. There's something fishy about that big guy. I don't believe that both of them have the means to kill the other one. Although this person said so, he was not confident in his own heart. So he said to his companions, "Everyone, let's attack together. We'll definitely be able to find a flaw." This time, the remaining 7 people all pounced on the marshal. De Zhuang panicked when he saw this. This time, a mere lesser god would definitely not be able to touch 9 underworlds, and when the time came, there would still be no clear victor. Seeing the crowd charging towards 9 nether, De Zhuang shouted, "His weakness is in his face. Chop his face." Although no one knew why De Zhuang would reveal the weakness of his teammate, there were still people who subconsciously aimed their attacks at 9 nether's handsome face. 9 nether finally couldn't take it anymore when he saw that the saber lights were about to hit his face. "You despicable scoundrel," 9 nether bellowed. "You're the ones who are seeking death. 9 underworlds, return to origin." A black spiritual energy instantly erupted from 9 nether's body. Like a river bursting through a dam, it engulfed the entire area in the blink of an eye. Wherever the black energy spread, Everything was annihilated. In an instant, the 7 lesser gods, their god-level physical bodies, artifacts in their hands, defensive artifacts, the surrounding trees, flowers, rocks, streams, and the earth were all turned into dust and melted into the black energy. The Zhuang's eyes widened. You, split heaven shield. The only person who could make the Zhuang attack was the marshal. A golden spiritual shield blocked the 9 underworlds' return to origin and protected the area behind Pangu. However, it only protected that small area. After the 9 underworlds returned to origin, the area within a few thousand meters was already in chaos. The area under Pangu's feet had become a towering cliff. 9 Nether was suspended in the chaos, and Pangu was standing on the cliff. The two of them looked at each other as if they had returned to the moment when they first fought. Pangu put away his usual sloppy appearance and narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at 9 Nether. The hatred in 9 Nether's eyes could not be concealed as he stared at Pangu. After a moment of stalemate, Pangu said coldly, "You attacked." 9 Nether snorted coldly. "Didn't you attack too?" Pangu did attack. Although he did it to defend against the 9 underworlds' return to origin, he did use his spiritual power. Pangu schemed against 9 Nether, and 9 Nether was not someone to be trifled with. He turned around and forced Pangu to attack. This time, both of them attacked. You should have just taught them a little lesson. Why did you kill them all? Now, you can't find the whereabouts of Lu Chun even if you ask someone. Pangu shook his head. When I attack, how can I leave anyone alive? 9 Nether's face was calm. TSK. He was still killed by my axe. Pangu's face was full of disdain. Let's go. You killed all of them. Ask someone else. It was not easy to grow flowers and plants, and you destroyed them. What a pity. Lu Chun, Yu Ming, and the others were still in the narrow cave. The drug had not worn off yet. Even if they woke up, their spiritual power was thin, and their spiritual cores were operating very slowly. HM? The bone powder within a radius of 4 miles, 30 miles southwest, disappeared into thin air. Bone Demon suddenly said, "That's impossible." Yu Ming frowned. The bone powder is very fine and scattered everywhere. Even if someone can isolate the bone powder, it's impossible to make it disappear completely. Even if an expert could change the landscape, the bone powder would be scattered everywhere. It was impossible to make it disappear completely. Lu Chun thought for a moment and muttered, "Could it be that the area was completely destroyed? If it was the two of them, especially the marshal, we can't rule out this possibility." Great, the two of them really did make a move. Lone Tyrant, what did you say? Lu Chun woke up. Considering that Pangu and the Chaos Demon God's identities were confidential, he hurriedly said, "Oh, nothing. All right, when can we recover?" 1 or 2 hours, Yu Ming said. 1 or 2 hours should be enough. Lu Chun estimated. The Zhuang and the marshal's movements were not small. Moreover, they did not go too far. In order to find Lu Chun, they were looking for him everywhere. The hunting team was chasing after them, and they were also looking for the hunting team. Both sides were willing. Soon, the two of them encountered more hunting teams. At this time, the Zhuang and the marshal were surrounded by 40 to 50 experts from the Heavenly Shrine. The enemy was shouting something, but the two of them were not listening at all. Instead, they were chatting among themselves. "Hey, I feel like we've been used by that brat." I asked a few teams, but they all said they did not see him. The Zhuang said if they were really captured, they would at least inform each other. In the end, I asked so many teams, but none of them knew. You just realized it? The marshal's face was full of disdain. Previously, I said that it would be difficult for that brat to escape. Good fellow, it turns out that he was thinking of a way to trick us. De Zhuang shook his head. Sigh, we were actually tricked by that brat. I find it strange. Where did he run off to? No, even if we know that we were tricked, we must find that brat. We can't lose both our souls. Chapter 1470. At that moment, Lu Chun, Yu Ming, and the others had already killed 4 or 5 mid-grade chaos beasts. Although their levels were not high and their progress was not fast, They had good teamwork and a clear division of labor. Everything was in order. Lone Tyrant, I'll give you the Chaos Core. Yu Ming took out the Chaos Core and tossed it to Lu Chun. You need to increase your strength urgently. We still have a long way to go. A few more years don't matter. Lu Chun did not decline. At most, he would compensate Su Ling and the others when his strength increased. Just as the team was looking for their next prey, two figures stood in front of Lu Chun. Seeing these two people, Lu Chun immediately felt the pressure increase. You actually dare to scheme against me? Nine Nether narrowed her eyes and looked at Lu Chun. You actually had designs on us. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Panga frowned as well. This time, he did not go against Nine Nether. Faced with these two great gods questioning, Lu Chun knew that if he continued to lie to them, it would not end well. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said to the two of them, Seniors, Lu Chun had no other choice. That's why I came up with this plan. At that time, many people were chasing us. The other party's strength was far above ours. Even if we could defeat one or two of them, we would not be able to escape from so many people. Pango looked at Lu Chun and said, Because we said that we would not help you, you wanted us to do it ourselves. If you thought of a way to sneak away, we would definitely look for you everywhere. That would expose our location and lead the others away. Lu Chun answered, That's what I was thinking. I think that with your strength, it would not be difficult to get rid of these pursuers. Furthermore, I did not go against your principles. After Lu Chun finished speaking, he looked at the two great gods anxiously. Anyone who had been used like this would be very unhappy. Moreover, they were of noble status. If they were angry, they might really kill him. With his current strength, he was definitely no match for the two of them. Yu Ming and the others did not see Lu Chun following them. When they came back to their senses, they realized that De Zhuang and Marshall were standing in front of Lu Chun. One look at the two people's seething appearance. Yu Ming trio was just about to rush over when Lu Chun raised his hand, indicating them not to come over. Seniors, if you have any grievances in your hearts, please don't make things difficult for my friend. I was the one who gave the warning, so I will bear the consequences. The surroundings were silent, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Nine Nether narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly slapped Lu Chun's chest with his palm. This palm wasn't fast, but it caused the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble. However, Nine Nether's palm hovered half an inch in front of Lu Chun's chest and did not land. The ferocious spiritual energy swept past Lu Chun from both sides. In the blink of an eye, the forest behind Lu Chun was swept away. Dozens of primal chaos beasts had even died mysteriously under this attack. Lu Chun looked in horror at the palm print that extended 100 meters behind him. Then, he turned his head and looked at Nine Nether in surprise. Senior, Marshall retracted his palm and put his hands behind his back. It's my own fault for losing you. With that said, he walked towards Yu Ming and the others. Let's go. Lu Chun was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. However, now was not the time to relax. There was still someone standing in front of him. Panga was staring at Lu Chun with wide eyes. Senior, Panga said very seriously. Speaking of which, although you used me, I have to say that your plan was indeed ingenious. Lu Chun looked at Pangu in surprise. Why did this guy look like he was admiring him? Under the circumstances at that time, we all thought that you were at a dead end, but you were still able to come up with a countermeasure. From his point of view, little Lu Chun, it seems like Nuwa has her reasons for thinking so highly of you. Senior, you don't blame me? Panga thought for a moment and said, It's all right. Just as you said, we did not go back on our promise. You maximized the resources that you could use. This is understandable. If I were you, I would do the same. However, how did you manage to fool us? Lu Chun told Pangu about their methods. Pangu slapped his head. We were too careless. The most dangerous place is the safest. Why didn't we think of that in the beginning? You little brat, you are really cunning. Forget it. Don't stand there like a fool. Even Nine Nether did not blame you. How can I be more narrow-minded than him? Thank you, Senior. However, little brat, you better remember this. Don't try to play tricks next time. I will keep an eye on you. As Panga said that, he pointed 2 fingers at his own eyes and then at Lu Chen's eyes. He looked as though he would stare at Lu Chen. After saying that, Pangu raised his hand and collected the cores of the chaos beast that Nine Nether had killed. He looked at Lu Chen and smiled proudly. Did you see that? 20 mid-grade chaos cores. Were you trying to pick up the leftovers just now? I would rather throw them away than give them to you. After saying that, he walked away proudly. Seeing Pangu take away the 20 mid-grade chaos cores, Lu Chen felt a pang in his heart. He had just said that Pangu was magnanimous, but it turned out that he was very vengeful. However, Pangu and Nine Nether did not continue to pursue the matter. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. While the team was resting, Lu Chen was discussing their next move with Netherworld, Little Beast, and the rest. Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. When he turned around, he saw that De Zhuang and De Shuai had stopped admiring the flowers and trees. Their 4 eyes were staring straight at him. Is that little brat trying to trick us again? Pangu narrowed his eyes. Maybe. Anyway, this little brat is definitely not a simple and honest person. He is full of evil tricks, Nine Nether said quietly. We have to keep an eye on him this time. Don't let him escape again. Yes, let's stop fighting. It's more important to keep an eye on this little brat. If we get tricked again, both of us will lose face. Lu Chen did not know how he had suddenly become the common enemy of the god of creation and the demon god of chaos. He had even caused the 2 ancient gods to put aside their 10,000 years of grudges and form a temporary alliance. Shaking his head, Lu Chen sighed. It seemed that it would not be so easy for the 2 of them to take action next time. Brother Quang, Bone Demon's voice drew Lu Chen's attention back. She took out a map and opened it in front of everyone. This is the distribution of the mineral veins that I bought from someone else. Haven't you always been looking for the divine power stone? Lu Chen was surprised. Mineral veins? Mineral veins have already formed here? Bone Demon said, Brother Quang, this place has existed for 10,000 years. It's not surprising that mineral veins have formed here. It's just that the mineral veins are not divine power stones. Yu Ming looked at the map and identified it. This is the chaotic nether gold vein. This is a material for refining weapons. However, as it's too common and the weapons refined from it are tough but difficult to control, it's not in demand. Bone Demon, this map is useless. How much did you spend to exchange for it? 100 low-level chaotic cores. Bone Demon said embarrassedly. Withered Claw pursed his lips. Bone Demon, you're really rich. It took us a long time to save that amount of money. Bone Demon did not want to continue talking about the cost. Let's not talk about the map. Brother Quang, the Heaven's Might Stone grows together with the chaotic nether gold vein. If we follow the mineral veins, we might find something. Yu Ming thought for a while and suddenly said, the old mineral veins have been explored. I heard that a new mineral vein was discovered recently. It's this one. Yu Ming pointed at a mineral vein mark on the map and said, there must be a lot of divine power stones here. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. If he could get his hands on divine power stones, his cultivation speed would increase by several levels. However, there are usually powerful chaotic beasts near the chaotic nether gold vein. I'm afraid their abilities are at least of the intermediate god level. Moreover, there are people exploring the new mineral veins, Witherclaw reminded. Lu Chen thought for a while and said, this kind of opportunity is too rare. Let's hunt while looking over there. Chapter 1471. 1 month later, Lu Chen's team had been hunting mid-grade chaos beasts while moving toward the new mine on the map. No one has been chasing after us during this time. Yu Ming turned back to look. De Zhuang and De Shuai were following them closely. Lu Chen, who are these 2 friends of yours? Ever since they had left these 2 behind, there were no longer any pursuers. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the 8 factions send more people after us after we fail to catch the first wave? Lu Chen smiled slightly. They probably don't dare to come. Anyway, even if they don't attack us now, they are our protective talismans. The closer we are to them, the less others will dare to act rashly. De Zhuang and De Shuai did not know that Lu Qian was still plotting against them. Gumei took out the map and compared it. Then he stopped and said to everyone, "It's that cliff in front. Everyone, be careful. There should be quite a few teams here." Lu Qian stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. Below the cliff was a huge canyon. The canyon was filled with vegetation. Occasionally, there would be some strange sounds echoing in the canyon. "The mine we discovered is not far ahead," Gumei said. "However, there should be quite a few teams gathered there." Lu Qian nodded. "All right, everyone, be careful. Let's go." After walking along the canyon for half a day, the vegetation in front of them had already been cleared. Their field of vision gradually widened. Lu Qian and the others also found many footprints on the ground. It looked like quite a few teams had already come here. After walking for a few more miles, Lu Qian and the others saw a huge cave. There were many people gathered in front of it. If they counted 5 to 10 people in a team, there were at least 200 teams here. There were many more than the teams chasing after Lu Qian. At that moment, 4 to 5 figures suddenly appeared from the cave. Judging from their movement techniques, these people were very powerful, much more powerful than a 5-star lesser god. However, when they came out, they all looked very haggard. Some of them even had injuries on them. After coming out of the cave, they leaned against the wall and panted heavily. *M. We were so close. We were still discovered by the underground chaos beasts. Someone beside him asked, "Iron armor, how deep did you go this time?" 300 meters. 300 meters is the deepest we've explored so far. How's the harvest? We collected some heaven crystal stones, demonic soul stones, and fire spirit stones. However, we did not find any divine might stones. Further down is an underground chaos beast lair. There are a few chaos beasts that are extremely powerful. Unless the entire team is a middle-tier god, we might not be able to pass through with our individual strength. All of the gods in the squad. Many of the nearby squad members revealed looks of worry on their faces. For what Tai Jia had said, it seemed that it was impossible for them to kill those chaos beasts. They could only rely on their own abilities to pass through that area. However, there were a few squads here that were capable of having an entire team of mid-gods. The strength of the Iron Armor team was already quite good. They had 2 mid-level gods, while the other 6 were 8 or 9-star low-level gods. In the end, they were all in such a sorry state. In that case, many other teams would not stand a chance. However, someone immediately objected. "Do you think we can just do whatever Tai Jia says? How could he be so kind as to tell us this news? Maybe he doesn't want us to go down and take a look?" "That's right. We don't believe what you demon faction people say. The rules have already been set. The 8 factions will each send a team and take turns to explore the area. Now that the 8 factions teams have already explored the area, all of our squads can go in." "That's right. We have so many squads. Why would we be afraid of a few chaos beasts? Everyone, let's go in together. There are large amounts of rare materials in the new mine. We can make a fortune just by casually going in." Tai Jia looked at these people and snorted coldly. "I just don't want you to disturb the chaos beasts. Otherwise, no one will be able to enter in the future. Since you don't want to listen, do as you please." Now, no one listened to Tai Jia's words. All the squads swarmed into the entrance of the cave. Withered Claw looked at Lu Qian and said, "Lu Qian, let's go down too. Now that no one has gained anything, they don't have the time to find trouble with us. If we are too slow, others might take the initiative." Lu Qian frowned slightly and said, "There's no hurry." Lu Qian kept staring at Tai Jia's team. They said that Tai Jia was a team of 8, but only 6 of them came up. Then, where were the other 2? Not long after, the people at the entrance had already gone down the cave. Tai Jia looked around and saw that there was no one around. He stood up straight and brushed the dust off his body. His teammates' faces were no longer as haggard as before. "Let's go." Tai Jia lowered his voice and said to his teammates. Then, Tai Jia's team quietly walked in another direction. Lu Qian, who was hiding in the forest, saw everything clearly. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Tai Jia seems to have found something. You guys wait for me here. I'll follow and take a look. Lu Chen crouched and followed Tai Jia's team. Not long after, Tai Jia and his team stopped in front of another mountain. One of the team members took out a map and compared it. Then he said to Tai Jia, "It should be here." Tai Jia lowered his voice and said, "We've already confirmed it before. This is the direction of the new mine's main vein." A fierce man laughed and said, "Tai Jia, what a good plan. Knowing that they won't listen to us, they'll definitely go down by themselves." Another man laughed sinisterly. "We've awakened the chaos beasts and sealed the passage there. Not only will they not find the main vein, they might even be killed by the chaos beasts. Now, the main vein will belong to us." Tai Jia laughed coldly and said to his subordinates, "This is our secret. Don't even tell the higher-ups. With this mine, we don't need to rely on anyone. We will be the 9th branch of the 8th heaven in the future. Mountain Elf, bring us in. Later, disguise this place." A man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks nodded. He opened his arms and placed them on the mountain. "Go in." The rest of the team entered the mountain and disappeared. Mountain Elf looked around and slapped the ground. A rock wall rose from the ground and completely covered the original wall. Although he had entered the wall, he was still there. Lu Chan frowned. "Earth sorcerer. This Tai Jia and his gang want to take all the benefits for themselves. Umph. What a pity that I found out." Just as Lu Chan was laughing to himself, he heard a voice. "So, you're the one who wants to take all the benefits for yourself? Are you trying to take advantage of me? You're full of evil tricks. That's definitely what you're thinking." Lu Chan shivered in fright. He turned around and saw De Zhuang and De Shui lying in the grass behind him. "Seniors, you." Lu Chan was also mentally and physically exhausted. Were these two really the god of creation and the chaos demon god? This was too wretched. He really couldn't understand the world of the gods. Lu Chan shook his head. He didn't want to bother with them anymore. He hurried back to find Yu Ming and the rest. Yu Ming looked at the mountain in front of him in shock. This is the entrance to the main mine. A main lode that had yet to be discovered. What a terrifying amount of wealth this was. Lu Chan nodded. The other party has 2 intermediate gods and 4 high-ranking lower gods. We still have to be careful. Also, I still don't know how to enter this mountain. My earth element is enough, but I only have the earth puppet technique. I don't have any earth spells. Yu Ming smiled. "Old Kwong, we might not be good at fighting, but going through walls and underground. Do you think we undead are afraid of anyone?" Chapter 1472. There's a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy on this camouflage stone wall. It's difficult for ordinary people to pass through. If we use force, the other party will definitely know in advance, Netherworld said as he touched the stone wall in front of him. This was the stone wall left behind by Mandrill. The real entrance was hidden behind this wall. Mandrill and Mandrill are both mid-level gods. It's best if they don't know, Lu Chun said. Netherworld nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to us." After saying that, Netherworld pressed his hands on the wall, and the spiritual energy in his body flowed in a slow manner. The direction of the spiritual energy flow was not according to Lu Chen's meridians and blood vessels, but along the bones. Undead summoning, Netherworld shouted. After that, a ghostly hand stretched out from the stone wall. Netherworld grabbed the ghostly hand and allowed it to pull him into the stone wall. Damn, Lu Chen was dumbfounded. How could this work? Then a second ghost hand stretched out. Bone Demon smiled and looked at Lu Chen. "Big Brother Kwong, we may not be proficient in the earth element, but as the saying goes, ashes to ashes and dust to dust. Every inch of land has a soul residing in it. As long as you're an undead, you can summon these souls and achieve your goal of traveling through the land." Lu Chen's eyes widened. "So that's how it is. Then what should I do?" "Big Brother Kwong, you could do it too," Bone Demon said somewhat embarrassedly. I was afraid that you would fall in the battle of the gods, so I gave you the soul returning pill. Your bones should have undergone some changes, But no, don't worry. As long as you don't die, it won't affect you at all. Bone Demon hurriedly explained, afraid that Lu Chun would think that he wanted to harm him. Soul returning pill? How come I don't know about it? Will I also become an undead after I die? Withered Claw said, as long as your bones are intact, there's a high chance of success. Lu Chun took a deep breath. He felt a little creeped out when he imagined himself turning into a skeleton. The ghost hand on the wall waved at Lu Chun, indicating that he should stop wasting time. Lu Chun couldn't care so much now. He gritted his teeth, pulled ghost hand, and was also dragged in. He had encountered similar skills in the past, and all of them were ghost hands. Now, he was walking right into a trap. Indeed, the world was unpredictable. Bone Claw and Bone Demon entered the stone wall one after another. Now, only De Zhuang and the marshal were left. The two of them waited for quite a while. Why didn't Ghost Hand come to pick us up? Panga frowned. Are they just going to ignore us? We're not their teammates. Forget it. Let's go in ourselves. Pangu shook his head. Sigh, how sad. With that, he walked into the wall. Lu Chun used his spiritual energy to protect his body. He could feel that his body was being pulled by a force, shuttling back and forth between the stone walls. Soon, they were sent out of the camouflage stone wall. This corresponds to the location of the main vein. Bone Demon, look at the map. Let's confirm the direction of the main vein. Bone Demon took out the map, and everyone found their location. After memorizing the location, Lu Chun said, I heard them say that they might have set up the main vein's tunnel 300 meters below the ground. Then, they'll find the surface and enter the main vein area directly from here. So we might need to go down 300 meters. If that's the case, we can go down to about 230 to 40 meters. The dead souls can't get close to the ore. Skeleton said, however, iron armor and the rest should be about the same. The nether gold mine isn't an earth element. They can only travel to nearby areas. If they find a vein, they'll have to dig it themselves. There are underground chaos beasts near the nether gold mine. There will also be a tunnel. If we find the tunnel, we won't be far from the vein. Lu Chun nodded. All right, let's go in. Everyone, be careful. Don't fight them head-on for now. Think of a way to defeat them one by one. After some thought, Lu Chun brought out Little Furball. This little thing was small in size, so it would be fine to follow him. Most importantly, this fellow could eat. A few ghost hands appeared on the wall, and a few of them entered the real entrance of the main vein. After going down for about 220 to 30 meters, Lu Chun realized that he was stuck. It seemed that the dead souls could only send them down to this depth. Little Furball was on top of Lu Chun's head. It grabbed Lu Chun's hair and dug out a piece of soil in front of Lu Chun. A black crystal appeared in the soil layer. Little Furball grabbed the crystal and started eating it without a word. After gobbling up this large crystal, the little Furball continued to dig deeper. These crystals should be the chaos nether gold or that was scattered outside the vein. It was a pity that the nether gold or was very stable. Little Furball could eat it directly, but Lu Chun couldn't absorb it directly. It seemed that he still had to find the divine Might Stone. Little Furball, dig towards the place with more ores, Lu Chun said. After moving more than 10 meters underground with difficulty, Little Furball dug through the soil layer in front of them. Through the tunnel in front, they could see a tunnel ahead. Lu Chun hurriedly dug through the soil layer in front of them and came out. Not long after, Yu Ming and the rest also found this place. Yu Ming lit up a few balls of fire beside him, illuminating the underground tunnel. This tunnel was about 3 to 4 meters high. It was more than enough to accommodate a few people. From the end of the tunnel, there were muffled noises. It seemed that there was fighting somewhere in the tunnel. The vibrations caused the rocks in the tunnel to slide down. It was very unstable. Is it Tai Jia and the rest? Yu Ming asked. It doesn't look like it. Lu Chun said. The sound are very muffled. It seems to be quite a distance away from us. This means that the fighting area has been separated. It could be that the teams at the side of the vein have met the chaos beasts. Let's find our own. It had to be said that Tai Jia and the rest plan was ingenious. The exploration team had indeed fought with the Chaos Beasts. Once they fought, most of the Chaos Beasts would probably rush over. As a result, they basically didn't meet any Chaos Beasts here. Lu Chen also took advantage of Tai Jia and the rest. Their journey was smooth and unobstructed. They followed the tunnel dug by the Chaos Beasts and walked another 70 to 80 meters underground. At the corner in front of them, there was a flicker of light. Lu Chen and the rest hurried over. Once they turned the corner, they saw a shocking scene. This was a natural tunnel with no end. On the ground, there were clusters of green crystals that looked like plants made of crystals. They covered the ground, the walls, and the ceiling of the tunnel, which was more than 10 meters high. Among these clusters of green crystals, there were some extremely eye-catching gems. There were all kinds of colors and were eye-catching. These were the other rare materials that accompanied the Chaos Nether Gold Oregon. It was said that every one of them was extremely rare and expensive. It's the Emperor's Stone and the dark purple stone. Look, that's the Chaos Holy Might Stone. Yu Ming was very excited. This was wealth that could make a god go crazy. Just as everyone was still in shock, suddenly, the ground under Yu Ming's feet moved like a square stone that was being moved. It instantly moved Yu Ming away. Yu Ming, Lu Chen shouted. Following that, Withered Claw and Bone Demon were also moved away. The stone under their feet burned with red flames, making them unable to move. They were trapped in a ring of fire. De Zhuang and De Shui were also moved away. However, the two of them didn't panic or struggle. They allowed the stone to move them away. I'm warning you, you pieces of trash, if you dare to move. Aren't you from the undead race? I'll make sure you never see the light of day again. A voice walked out from behind a cluster of large dark gold crystals. Following that, a second person also walked out. They surrounded Lu Chen. You're the Oriole hunting the cicada. You actually dare to target us? Kid, you got guts. With the help of the green light, Lu Chen could already see the appearance of the person who spoke. It was the intermediate deity, Iron Armor, as well as the intermediate deity Mountain Elf, who was looking at Lu Chen indifferently. De Zhuang looked at Shui and said leisurely, 2 one-star intermediate deities. All right, the game is over. We should go home. De Shui nodded. These 2 intermediate deities are vicious and merciless. Their 4 subordinates have already been killed by them. Their corpses are underground. This time, this little Lu Chen has no chance. I don't believe that he can escape this time. Chapter 1473. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Iron Armor and Mandrill had not gone far. Perhaps it was because they had killed 4 of their teammates that they were delayed and coincidentally discovered Lu Chen and the rest. Without Polar Star's help, Lu Chen's abilities should be at the pinnacle of a 5-star lower deity, perhaps able to fight against a 6-star. However, these 2 were middle-level deities, a whole realm below a lower deity. Their abilities were abnormally terrifying. Bone Charm looked at Lu Chen anxiously. The disparity in their combat abilities was too great. Lu Chen could not win no matter what. Brother Quang, run! Bone Charm shouted. Lu Chen glanced over. Bone Charm and the other 2 were trapped in the fire prison. If they did not get rid of Iron Armor and Mandrill, they would all die. Of course, other than the 2 who were watching the show. However, it was clear that those 2 great gods had no intention of helping at all. Run. Do you think you can escape? Iron Armor laughed loudly. The resources here are all ours. You must all die. Lu Chen's mind spun rapidly, searching for a ray of hope in this hopeless situation. Suddenly, Lu Chen thought of a problem. These 2 were both middle-level deities, but why did they have to surround him alone? Wasn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? They first separated Lu Chen's team one by one. This was obviously a tactic to defeat them one by one. However, with these 2's abilities, there was no need to defeat them one by one. These 2 had just returned from a branch. At that time, all the team members were in a sorry state. Only 6 people were left in a team of 8. From Iron Armor and Mandrill's conversation, he could also confirm that they had indeed encountered a horde of chaos beasts. Luchan knew very well how difficult it was to deal with chaos beasts. Escaping from a horde of chaos beasts was not an easy task. Moreover, these two had just killed 4 of their teammates. Those 4 were not low-level lower deities, either. They were all 8 or 9-star. They could ambush 1 or 2 people, but it was not easy to ambush and kill 4 people at the same time. In that case, how could it be easy to fight with their lives on the line? It was very likely that their abilities had been greatly reduced after a series of fierce battles, which was why they were so cautious. Now that things had come to this, he could only take a gamble. Thinking of this, Lu Chun gradually calmed down. He looked at Armor and Mandrill and sneered. To be honest, I really admire your schemes. First, you played hard to get. You made use of the other team's suspicion of you and lured them into the branch vein. Then, you met the Chaos Beasts and lured them away. After you entered the main mountain range, you realized that the Chaos Beasts had indeed been lured away. Since there was no danger, you killed your teammates. This way, the main mountain range's wealth would be split between 2 people. Ha ha ha. Tai Jiao laughed. Brat, your analysis is correct. But so what if you know now? Don't you know that you're already a dead man? As for the truth, naturally, people will only believe it if a living person says it. As for the dead, they can only take the blame. You've lived for thousands of years. Don't you know this? The armored mandrills were despicable, but they were right. You and your teammates, all of us, before Steel Armor could finish his words, Lu Chun suddenly activated his full state and shot towards the 2 of them. Dying. Endless Daybreak and Hell of Ice and Fire. Faced with Lu Chen's 2 killer moves, Steel Armor and Mandrill were not afraid at all. Mandrill snorted. You want to hurt us with this? If not for Mandrill, Steel Armor shouted, stopping Mandrill from continuing. Kill him first. Divine Technique, Thick Earth Burial. Divine Technique, Silent Destruction, Slash. The 2 intermediate gods attacked at the same time. The ground shook and rocks fell. Air currents exploded in the mine. Fortunately, the surroundings were filled with underground tunnels created by the Chaos Beasts. The lairs of such powerful creatures would naturally be reinforced with special methods. Otherwise, the entire underground would have collapsed. As the sand churned, Lu Chun flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall filled with chaos nether gold. Mandrill, don't let him escape. He can't escape. I've already set up an Earth-type trap array around him. The Marshal waved his hand, sweeping away the fog in front of him. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Those 2 intermediate gods are injured. Otherwise, Lu Chun would have died from that attack. He's not dead, but he's not much better. He's already lost his ability to fight, the Marshal said calmly. That kid's combat power is indeed beyond my expectations, but the difference in strength between them is too great. Bone Demon hurriedly listened, his heart turning cold. Steel Armor and Mandrill charged toward Lu Chun in a flash. There was a large hole in the wall, probably created by Lu Chun. The 2 quickly checked the hole. Oh, where is he? Mandrill's eyes widened. There was actually a narrow tunnel in the deep hole, extending in an unknown direction. Mandrill, chase him, Steel Armor said anxiously. Don't let him escape. However, Mandrill did not move this time. He looked at the surrounding stone walls and frowned. I can control Earth, but this place is filled with nether gold. I can't penetrate it unless we follow this tunnel. Steel Armor's face was full of anger. That kid escaped? Damn it. He ran faster than a rabbit? Strange. How did he escape in such a short time? Could it be that there was a tunnel here to begin with? This is too strange. Steel Armor, what do we do now? Steel Armor frowned. He looked at the tunnel, then turned back to look at Netherworld and the others. Damn it, we killed that bunch of trash too early. Otherwise, we wouldn't be stuck between 2 sides now. Mandrill, does your Earth Ghost Array cover this place? Mandrill nodded. Previously, you told me to use the Earth Ghost Array to hide the main mine. The Earth Ghost Array can grow and extend along the earth and rocks. It's extremely fast. Now it covers at least 20 miles. This kid can't go up. Steel Armor heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he doesn't go up to report, It'll be easy. With that, the two came to Netherworld and the others. Steel Armor, what do we do with these people? Kill them? Steel Armor thought for a moment and said, let's wait first. That kid seems to care a lot about his teammates. If we keep them, he might come back to save them. If we kill them, he won't have anything to worry about. If he returns to the surface and tells others about us, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep this mine. De Zhuang was standing there in boredom, playing the role of the captive very cooperatively. Suddenly, the marshal's voice rang in De Zhuang's mind. Telepathy. We're in an awkward situation now. Should we go after that kid? De Zhuang was startled. Then, with a look of disgust, he glared at the marshal. You, why are you telepathy? Do we know each other that well? The marshal rolled his eyes at De Zhuang. I'm talking business with you. What's there to chase? That kid talked a lot just now and deduced the mandrel's plan. Isn't it to tell these two that he knows about it? This way, they won't easily touch his friends. He'll definitely come back to save them. Don't worry. The marshal frowned. That's why this kid has two plans from the start. If he can win, he'll fight. If he can't, he'll run. This kid seems to be getting more and more interesting. Chapter 1474. I'll go take a look at that kid. You stay here as a hostage. Marshall suddenly said. Why? De Zhuang's eyes widened. If we all go after them, those two people will definitely not be able to keep the secret when they see so many people running away. They will definitely kill Yu Ming and the rest. Take some of the resources and run away. Marshall said, we won't help that little fox Lu Chun, but we can't ruin his plan. Don't worry, my soul has just left my body. After saying that, Nine Nether's expression froze for less than half a second before returning to normal. De Zhuang gritted his teeth and said, that guy. Hey, watch him closely. Don't let him fool you. Little Furball was at full power. Little Beast was dragging the heavily injured Lu Chun as they crawled forward in the tunnel. It was a pity that only Little Furball could eat these nether gold ores. Even Little Beast could not digest them. Now, they could only rely on Little Furball's fighting power. Fortunately, Little Furball had a huge appetite. It was like a drilling machine. Even Little Beast could not keep up with it. After running for 300 to 400 meters, Little Furball bit through the wall, and another mining room appeared in front of them. Little Beast came out to check the situation. After making sure that there were no other creatures, it pulled Lu Chun out. Dad, we escaped. Little Beast placed Lu Chun on the ground carefully and leaned against a huge nether gold ores. Sister Green, quickly take a look at Dad. He's badly injured. After Little Green appeared, he first gave Lu Chun a pill before checking on Lu Chun's injuries. Boss's bones were broken in more than 10 places. Lu Chun said weakly, I don't know if it's because I'm too familiar with Yifan. I lost the bet this time. Those two guys are too cautious. Even with such strength, they still want to work together. Little Beast said, Dad, how can people who are so calculative not be cautious? Just like Qinji, you chased after two geniuses and killed him. Little Green was busy stopping Lu Chun's bleeding and said, they're guarding such a terrifying amount of wealth, so naturally, they will be extremely cautious. However, boss, your deduction was correct. They were indeed injured. Otherwise, the combined attack of two gods would have probably killed you long ago. Lu Chun nodded and sighed. Although we have escaped temporarily, I don't know if they will touch Gumei and the others. The Little Beast suddenly said, Pangu and Nine Nether actually didn't chase after us. Lu Chun said helplessly. Fortunately, the two seniors did not chase after us. Otherwise, if Tai Jia and the others knew that the two seniors were too powerful and could not keep the secret, they might have killed Yu Ming and the others. If they don't chase after us, Iron Armor and the others might leave Netherworld and the others behind as bait. While they were talking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Chun. Brat, you really got away. This is the first time I've seen a god-devouring rat being used like this. The Little Beast raised its head. The person who spoke was none other than the great general. Nine Nether, why are you here? If you escape now, Netherworld and the others will be in danger. The great general sat beside Lu Chun and said leisurely, "Don't worry. I used my godly soul projection. My real body is still there. Although you tricked us last time, since we are following you, we won't cause you any trouble. However, I have to make it clear that if Tai Jia and Mountain Elf still want to kill us, I can't do anything about it. You guys continue. I'm only responsible for looking after you." Seeing Lu Chen's worried expression, the little beast said, "Dad, don't think too much. If you were caught, we would have no chance at all. At least now, we still have a chance." Lu Chen nodded and summoned Rhubarb, Originator, and the 4 puppets. "Go and look for God Power Stones nearby. Tai Jia and Mountain Elf need to recover, and I need to improve my strength. So we have to be quick. Be careful. Boss, don't worry. Rhubarb, Furball, Originator, let's split up while the Chaos Beasts are distracted." Having said that, the little beast looked at its companions. Hee, the one who collects the least amount of God Power Stones in 2 hours will be the underling. Rhubarb, Furball, and Originator's eyes glowed. The time for a showdown had finally arrived. Qin Ji was collecting the God Power Stones. This was the 4th one he had found. In terms of seniority, I'm not included. By the way, why do I have to help Lu Chun find God Power Stones? Qin Ji mumbled as he worked. It's as if I'm the same as his battle pets. If I had my own body, I would have killed that guy. However, Qin Ji's fate seemed to be tied to Lu Chen's. While Lu Chun was still alive, Qin Ji still had his head. If the Guardian of the Earth fell into someone else's hands, they might find his head an eyesore and throw it away. Qin Ji could not help but shudder at the thought. F***CK, I need to find a way to get my own body. Before that, Lu Chun cannot die. Huh? There's another one over there. I'm rich. Puppet number 2, go over there. This is a treasure even in the divinity. Not only can it be used for testing, it can also be absorbed after processing. Qin Ji gradually lost himself in the illusion of wealth. Little Beast followed behind Rhubarb. Rhubarb had just found a God Power Stone and was about to collect it when Little Beast beat him to it. Little Beast, can you be any more shameless? Didn't we agree to split up? Why are you following me? Little Beast turned around and smiled at Lu Chun. Rhubarb, don't be so stingy. You look for ores and I'll dig. Can't we split up? At most, I'll share half of it with you. Rhubarb replied indifferently. It's just mining. Do I need your help? Go find your own ores. No, I want to follow you. If I can't find ores, you'll be slow. But if we work together, we'll get twice the result with half the effort. Think about it. When we go back, we'll have a bunch of God Power Stones, while Little Originator and Little Furball only have a few. Hee, won't they be unable to raise their heads in front of us in the future? In the future, we'll be the boss, and they'll be the underlings. Rhubarb thought for a while. That makes sense. At the very least, we can suppress Little Originator and Little Furball. Moreover, it's quite easy for me to command them. All right, I'll bring you along then. Woof woof, there's 2 pieces over there. Quick. Okay. Xiao Yuan quietly moved away from the team. Then, he shed his white tiger form and turned into a blurry mass of black smoke. The black gas automatically split up and swept across the nether gold ores. A moment later, the 2 clouds of black gas returned with 2 pieces of God Power Stones. Little Originator returned to its white tiger form with a victorious smile on its face. Little Furball was eating a huge cluster of nether gold ores, which was the largest one in the vicinity. It was 78 meters tall, and the beautiful crystals looked like blooming flowers. However, in Little Furball's mouth, such a huge cluster of nether gold ores could not last more than 5 minutes. Little Furball's cheeks were stuffed full of crystals, and they were bulging. Soon, there was only a little bit left of the cluster of nether gold ores, but Little Furball did not stop and continued to dig. Gradually, the underground part was exposed. Who would have thought that there would be a huge Shun Wei stone in the underground? Little Furball dug out the God Power Stone with both its claws. This God Power Stone was twice as big as the one Lu Chun used for the test before he participated in the Battle of the Gods. It was 4 to 5 meters tall, strangely shaped, and exuded rich, chaotic spiritual energy. Little Furball leaned against the God Power Stone with an intoxicated look on its face. It swallowed its saliva and opened its mouth. However, Little Furball suddenly thought of its boss. Boss needs God Power Stones, then I'd better not eat it. Little Furball's eyes were full of reluctance, but it did not eat it in the end. This is for Boss. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.